Hello, um, and welcome to a recap of an episode that we unfortunately lost. So, I, Andrew Claremont, am here to give you a bit of a recap and catch you up on what you missed. After valiantly defeating the Purple Worm, the group decided to find a way out of the chasm they were in. Joey polymorphed into a giant eagle and ferried us up to the top one by one. It was here that we traveled for a few more hours, till we found another chasm of sorts. Across the way and lower into the chasm was a cavern. Pip wanted to test out some prototypes for grappling hooks, managed to jerry-rig it onto the top of one of Andor's summoned crossbows. That's me, and with a perfect shot and pinpoint accuracy, I managed to attach it to the other side of the cavern. Everyone in the party fared across one by one, but unfortunately, during Joey's travel, he dropped his paint set, the one given to him by his father. I do believe we have footage of Joey crying his eyes out.
Alright. I'd just like to get back on task, we're burning time.
And burning rope, it looks like, too.
Are
Pip
you
will
sure,
start.
Joey? I'll go down and get whatever, anything. I mean,
It's alright, we really have, wasted enough time. I'd like to just go.
Pip will prestidigitate your tears.
You heard him. Where are we going? Ferrix there is just tossing the beetle upside down in his hand. Oh, Kawhi, you making me sad.
It's called method
Breaking
acting.
Joey's heart upsets me.
Absolutely devastating stuff. Whilst we were in the cavern, we met a series of crystal people. They then took us to a stone giant oracle. An oracle that was aware of the great games, but games from times long past. It is here we pick up, inside the cavern, talking to the stone giant oracle. Enjoy.
This episode begins now, deep in the caves of one of the Maelstrom's multiple floating islands, where the party has encountered upon a somewhat seer, or prophet of stone giant people. To sit before them, they begin to ask questions about the great game itself, to which this giant you encountered begins to reveal things to you. Did that. So, as all of you sit in the midst of this pool, this flat water where this stone giant figure herself sits in the center of, is there anything you're saying, discussing? How does everyone seem?
Maria's just waiting patiently.
Zach was looking into the water, kind of trying to get into a meditative state.
Anyone else?
Pip's gonna throw on his little reading glasses to get a closer look at this giant.
Okay.
Just general, are there any defining tattoos or marks on the actual giant?
No tattoos that you see aside from the kind of stony skin texture. Eyes slightly glazed. You wager not able to see particularly well. Very thin, you notice, long, lanky body, but still attempts to carry themselves with a bit of grace. So, as this stone giant priestess, Uma, begins to sit in a meditative state, partially calm, however, you see she begins to almost steadily shift her hands in a circle-like position. Her eyes gaze listlessly upward towards the sky, or the ceiling, I should say. And all around you, areas of the cave begin to shift and stir, becoming like smoke, gentle clouds. You almost find yourself overcome, almost falling asleep, sitting, but still present. All around you, the cave has spread out into a wide, open sky. The floor around you, that same deep pool of reflective water. Endor's hand mysteriously vanishes from this world. And that voice calls out to you once more. Let me show you what I know of these great games. Uma seems to dissipate into cloud-like form, vanishing as you find yourself in the serene horizon surrounding. Also, why is the Bardbot not doing the Bardbot thing? You Bardbot.
Failed me for the last time, Bardbot.
Okay, awkward silence it is. Thank you, Bardbot.
Thank you, Bardbot.
Very cool. I will play epic D&D music in the background to set the mood.
Just not any Halo music.
I think it is playing
3 hours
music.
epic.
It's playing music.
Very
It's
low.
It is.
I don't hear anything.
It's really low.
Oh yeah, it is.
I'll take your word for it. So, as Uma's form dissipates, but her form persists, but her voice persists. Goodness, I wasted all my mojo in the recap. In the dawn of this realm, times long lost to you mortals, and from this large pool of water, a large mountain sprouting of grass and trees just seems to form a landscape, beautiful and vibrant, taking place. The deities you call the divines created this world together. Kin of giants being the first children to grace their land. However, in time, they began to bicker, unable to decide which of them should hold the most influence over the natural order. Rumbling storms, quakes, the mountain before you seems to shift and crack. Their terrible violence swelled until their dispute encompassed the entire world. The giant kin, ever loyal servants to their gods, fought on behalf of them in an effort to establish this hierarchy. However, in time, the gods' need for justification became far too great. And from their conflict, those amongst their children sought to rise up against them. Dark figures in the horizon, large and looming, large silhouettes that you've somewhat encountered before amongst the various giants you fought in this area. Sons of the giant kin rose up against the god, attempting to establish a new order. In their efforts, the gods united, striking them down, and with a brilliant flash of light, you see the entirety of the mountain before you sunder and scatter in a brilliant force of light and wind. While some debris scatters off into the still pools around, some motes of it remain floating. The land we once called home was destroyed. A rend in the world itself left in its place. The gods moved onward, attempting to establish new life and a new natural order. From their future creations, they would choose those who fit their needs best to battle on their behalf and establish their hierarchy once more. The voice fades, but you still find yourself now, the dreamlike scape having almost reset to this tranquil cloudscape and watery floor.
Oh,
What thoughts come to you? Any questions that arise?
so if the all-powerful creators could just fight it out, why are we the ones who decides what order you come in?
The battles they fought brought great destruction to the mortal realm. Their efforts to quell one another nearly ruined everything that they had created. They repented and allowed their own creations to assist in deciding their fate. We giants once had such a privilege, but our past failings have revoked that from us.
What do you mean, past failings?
The dreamscape shifts once again. Large, muscular, humanoid figures seem to just sprout up from the water around, dozens upon dozens of them. A small army of these slightly opaque silhouette forms of giants. Amongst them, one stands larger than the rest. Hand held aloft, a colossal, glistening axe of silver. There were those of us who wished to defy the ordering, the traditions the gods had set in place. In the chaos of the gods' battle, they failed to notice their own dangers as they were created. Those who rose up attempted to strike down the gods with the help of an ancient evil power. They failed and were banished from this land forever. The one who led them, imprisoned forever, to repent for the horrible things he had done.
Is the guy in the big stormy cloud who's been yelling at us? Is he the one imprisoned?
The one imprisoned is my descended kin. Remember how to pronounce
Yeah.
my descended kin, Ungath, whom we had already discussed.
Right, the one in the prison. Right.
The one who stands atop the summit of all, Blagothkus, the most ancient of our people, and first chosen to serve the gods. Post that name in the chat.
I got it.
Nope.
Okay,
Mick-
pretty far off.
McGlofkus.
That's what I heard. I was like, oh, McGlothic.
And as she speaks of it, the clouds around seem to darken, a slow rumble of lightning and thunder. He stands at the head of all giants, his will beckoning to all of them.
You mentioned evil power. What was it?
Though lost to time, the giant kin were not the only ones who sought to relieve the gods of their power. An unknown force, lost to me and perhaps the gods themselves, gifted my descendant with a powerful weapon capable of striking down giant kind. It itself sought to take opportunity in the gods' dispute. The legend tells it was struck down in the final blow that was dealt, shattering this land.
Well, I don't know about any of these lovelies, but I've had a question in the back of my mind for a long time. Are there really any gods?
I assure you there are. They birthed me and many of my kin. They created the land on which you now stand.
We're on a floating island? Did they create floating islands, or was it like the land burst
It-
into the floating island?
It was once land, but the final blow struck at the end of their final battle, shattered it,
Isn't that-
leaving a colossal wound in the world. Blagothkus holds this wound at bay, encasing it in a great storm.
I'm willing to believe that gods are real. I'll give you that one. Because,
You look around and you're just in a vast, open, like,
Yep.
beautiful, like, sunset dreamscape, but you're just like, it goes on forever.
But, well, where are they?
They resigned themselves greatly from the mortal world. The parts they once took in it caused more harm than good.
Well,
The
sure.
The miracles they gifted, while powerful, proved too great of influence over mortals.
What's gonna happen when we defeat Lagothkus?
I don't think so. Thinks on this. I'm not certain you can defeat Blagothkus. He is the most ancient of giant kinds, and the most blessed by the gods themselves. He and I share the gift of prophecy. Is likely why he has called for your doom. Though I do not see as far as he. I know
Do you
not.
see?
I know not what would happen should Blagothkus falls. If the storm is set in place or held by him alone, I do not know.
What do you see of our group, then? Are we killers or saviors?
My vision is withered, pale. I witnessed your arrival and the beginning of what you might do. Your ship, your travel here, a little further. Centuries passed. Blagothkus became a recluse after receiving prophecy of his own demise. Though he did not share the cause with any. Perhaps that is why he wishes you to be stopped. You say that no gods have selected you, yet you come here regardless as part of this great game. And I do not sense any divine miracle within any of you. Why are you here?
I mean, no god has selected us, but we're still kicking ass at this whole thing. Like, we're like top 3, top 5 at least. Like, we're doing quite well.
We gotta work on that. Top 1. Okay, top 1. That's
Yes.
it. That's all
We're
we got.
about to close the gap. But
Yeah.
we're here, we're putting in the work.
You are not the first mortals to travel here. I'm sure you have witnessed.
Well, I said top 5.
Every new instance of this game, I hear tell of more and more mortals traveling here. Though fewer and fewer in recent times. You are the first I have truly spoken to. At this
We were
point,
saying-
the dreamscape kind of seems to slowly dissipate. You find yourselves back in the cave in front of Uma, who seems now kind of leaning forward inquisitively.
Oh. Why we're here, well, I don't actually know why we're here. But, part of the games, we each have our own reasons.
You did not then arrive here to seek judgment from Blagothkus.
Well, what kind of judgment?
That was the task assigned to him by those who created him after the sundering of this land. A final warden of judgment to see if those selected by the gods were truly worthy of their gift.
This was just step 2 that we were told to come here. So I don't know. You said this is supposed to be like the last step. Did we just skip out all the other ones?
Nor do you carry yourselves like mortals selected for the great game.
Basically, our handler had us get this, and Maria's gonna pull out the crystal eye, silver eye. I forget which it was. Crystal. The eye.
You pull it out, and forgive me, my eyesight has dwindled with time. She kind of like holds out a hand, like as if to take it from you. She can't see it.
You put the Dippin' Dot in the giant's hand.
I will put the Dippin' Dot in the giant's hand.
She kind of takes it. Just kind of like the massive hand big enough to grab your torso, kind of gently lowers to you, kind of takes it. You see she like brings it really close to her face as if to like inspect it best she can. And in the midst of that glazed eye, a look of shock and recognition appears in her face before she drops it with a gasp.
Maria's gonna grab it, like, as she drops it.
And where did you find such a thing as this?
In the Silver Tower. That's what our handler had us go fetch, and told us that we had to come here.
I know not this silver tower, but the magic wielded by the force who struck against the gods. The axe gifted to my descended kin. Many bore that eye. It is an omen of doom for our kind.
So, that kind of then begs the question. I don't like being a Doombringer. I don't think any of these other lovelies are Doom Slayers. But, we're here, and we're not God chosen. No one else will actually. There's the rascal over there, and I'm pointing at Ferric.
He's kind of just posted up back there. He watched you guys sit in a circle in silence for about 10 minutes, and you're now snapped back to normal conversation.
I mean, I don't know if he's been chosen by a god, but is it possible that those chosen by the gods aren't actually worthy? Because they themselves did not feel worthy?
Fear I do not know. It is certainly possible for those gifted with divine power to be unworthy of it. Yet none of you have been gifted it to begin with. Assyrian kind of like seems to speak up, who also was amongst the dream circle you shared. I come here on behalf of Valdir. I am a champion of his will. Surely I boast this miracle you speak of. Which kind of like turns in this direction. Says, wielding divine magic is not the same as possessing a miracle gifted by the god.
Major diss.
To have a miracle is to achieve feats incapable of those without it. And the greatest of our kind still cling to some miracles they gained many years ago. And she seems to get like lost in thought for a moment.
When are we supposed to get gifted a miracle during the Great Games?
You perform acts worthy. They are gifted to you by the deity whose fate you hold.
Yeah, I don't know about any deity. My pops told me to just go and win the Great Games, so that's why I'm here. And then
I
go breathe out the purple fey mist.
know not how you have come to arrive here. You have not been chosen, but since before the gods left us here, have we done the great game this way?
Well, I did get something from presumably a god, and Maria's gonna let her armor close to where it's showing the rose. But trust me, this is more of a one-sided agreement. I don't really want to be associated with Ultics.
Do you think that's why Ferric has one as well?
And you just hear from across, like from back in the caves, like, I didn't ask for it.
Yep. Do you want to be associated with him?
I don't care.
Less care than you.
Ulti is a fickle god. He pursues those who show great potential and ambition, though such ambitions can often bring out the worst in oneself.
Exactly why I don't want to be associated with him. Would you consider this one of his miracles, or
I do not see any sign of miracles upon you now. It is something beyond what mortal eyes might be able to see, but you would feel it.
Maybe it's more of a mark, like a claim, like hands off, I got the rose type thing.
That is possible, though
nobody claims me?
I have not dealt in the matter of the divines for, well, since my banishment.
Well, Maria, I hope nobody claims you, and I know nobody claims you, but I do claim you as a friend. Huh?
Okay, you got me there.
Yes.
This silver tower.
Hmm.
Describe it to me.
It's a big tower, and it was silver.
There
It
was no door. We were just like transported in, melted into the wall.
Each level felt like a different world.
kind of like this place, actually. Just on a smaller scale, I suppose.
This tower. Did you see the top of it?
There was a space that we were kind of floating in. Had a lot of stone platforms. I can only assume it was the top.
Lagothkus's home. The fortification that once sat at the center of our people. What allowed the gods to interact with the world in the way they did. It was destroyed in the calamity that befell us. But Blagothkus still holds his authority from the top of it. At the apex of the maelstrom.
So, if Pip does some quick math real quick, based on where the Maelstrom was and based on where the Silver Tower was, is there some sort of relation? Now, I can go into that more in detail, but that might take me a minute.
No,
I'm just going to ask Blaze.
there's no obvious relation. They're not parallel to each other in any way. They wouldn't line up on a map in any particular way. Though you do recall from the outside you could not see the top of the tower. It was surrounded by a dark swirling storm.
Okay.
So, what if we're standing above the impact, but the tower was where the pressure got released? And it struck up a tower.
You refer to the void over which these isles float. It is a result of much of the might the gods could bring to bear upon the mortal world. Sundered an entire continent and left in its wake a voracious voids, a remnant of their destructive power. That is what the storm contains.
So it's like really good I didn't fall in there, mate.
I know not what would become of you if you did.
Just
Yeah.
cease to exist.
Or become a god?
I don't know if it works like that. I feel like you don't just jump in a void and then become like the 10th divine.
Only one way to find out.
You beat me by a second.
Cue the hamster meme.
I'm thinking of the hamster.
Ah. Oracle,
This-
I have a difficult question for you now.
I shall do my best to answer.
It seems that the world has begun to move ahead. Not all on the outside of this storm believe in this. Do you believe your time is passing?
My time is well and truly past. It is Blagothkus's time who is coming to an end. I am merely a relic of times forgotten.
Could you say that again? You went robotic for me.
I'm merely a relic of time forgotten.
Do you want to move on?
I will add to that. That's not a loaded question. This is
Mhm.
purely interrogative.
None. I cannot. Not while my kin still suffers within the depths of this mountain. Of all of our people, I was the only one who did not forsake him for his action. That is why I was banished.
Have you guidance for us?
I still do not know where you are wishing to be guided.
Well, we were just told to come here, and I don't know what we're supposed to do. Because right now it seems like we have to beat Blagathkis, but we could also have to do something else, and that's not the right thing to do.
You are. She kind of like the head turns to you, Maria. If you come with purpose towards that symbol, Ungath still possesses the relic he used to slay our kin. It bears a similar gaze. If you wish, find Blagothkus. The only way forwards might lie with, I think.
I was waiting for you to say the only way forward is through the void.
I was ready for
Super
the only
quickly.
way forward is backward, and then we get launched somewhere.
Super quickly, because I'm an idiot, I need to clarify something.
Yeah.
Blagorthku is not her son, right? Those are
No,
two different entities.
Ungath is her like
Ungath.
descended child who
Yes.
seemingly like tried to betray the gods and failed.
Betrayed the gods.
Blagothkus is
Hit.
from what she describes the first giant, the one who you'd wager has been yelling at you through storms.
Mhm.
Would you want Blagothkis felled?
I do not wish his demise as much as I do not wish the demise of any of my other kin. But in his reluctance to accept the prophecy granted him, he has become soured of mind, frightened of what is to come. He now holds little control over the other greater siblings. If you wish to make your way to him, there are methods of travel in the air between the islands. The children of the clouds possess the easiest method. There are no child, not you. There are 3 of them, noble giants who survived the conflict and largely hold dominion over this realm now. They travel freely between the isles as they please, often to collect gifts or tributes granted to them by their lessers.
they look like birds?
No, they are giant kin.
Damn it, I was really hoping to get that cage back. There one on this island?
They reside in a tower close to the Maelstrom summit.
Ah,
However, the tribe of my kin closer to the surface, as all the other tribes, possess means of summoning them. Amongst our tribe is a large bell that, when rung, calls out to them.
That must be what that other song on the first island was.
But I warn you, if you call to them, they will see fit to take you as little more than trophies or playthings.
They can try.
They have long made delight of thwarting those from games of past. What's
you
if you seek another path? If you do wish to claim a miracle for your own, one lies in the freeing of Rungath from his prison, granted by Faldir for finally granting mercy to one so tortured as he.
I think we gotta go down there for the other piece of that eye, anyways, right?
I know not, but I warn you, if you do choose to descend, my child was one cursed by the gods themselves, twisted into something wicked. Many of my kin have made attempts to put an end to him as well. None have returned.
I do believe I speak for the party when I say we're more than willing to do it. I just have but one question. Freedom comes in many forms. Do you wish us to free him of shackles or free him from his suffering?
It is not what I wish. And she kind of shifts a hand over, and through deeping misty clouds, you see letters begin to form. First in giant, then almost shifting to celestial, then to common, as words laid out before you. As punishment for the greatest of traitors, shall he be confined to a prison of both body and mind. He shall have nothing save for what he coveted in life: anger, hunger, and himself. He shall be confined to this prison forever, till any soul passes through with enough love to set him free by letting sunlight grace his heart. Kind of unfolds this tempestuous prophecy before you, almost a riddle, before the hands wave through and it disappears. Lagons themselves cursed Ungath in eternal prison. It will be hard to free him from. And in truth, one many of my kin do not believe is a task worth taking for the things he has done.
can't speak for everyone, but I kind of understand where he may be coming from, so me, I assure you I'll do what I can to end his suffering, whether it be freedom from his chains or freedom from this existence.
In the words of prophecy, it does mean his end. If he were to escape, there was no telling what he would do to the rest of our kind.
If it comes to that, I won't allow him to harm you guys.
I do not care if he harms me. I simply wish to ensure he does not cause any more harm to the world we lost. If you seek a miracle, slaying Umgath shall grant you. But I assure you, he will not perish easily.
And neither will I.
Do you
Neither will
know?
I.
You said his artifact was down there with them. Do you know where down there it is?
I know not. I have never attempted to venture into the depths of his prison. Though I will tell you it is a great blade, forged specifically to fell the blood of giants. It was gifted to him by the unseen powers. Caused the calamity itself.
Also, when we were in the tower, they did say that that crystal eye was just one of multiple that would be given out. Do you know of how many your army used to have?
I know not. They were artifacts kept within the tower itself. I only came to know of them as weapons when they were used against us.
Okay.
You said we are not the first mortals to have been here.
That is true, though from your perspective, that might well have been generations before your time.
Well, just so happens we know someone who's very, 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 very old.
Pip will run through every name that he may know Azamor as,
Mhm.
and just to see if any rings a bell.
You list these names, but her face is unchanging.
No, not here. Never came here.
If this individual you speak of has been here, I have not counted them.
What?
You may have noticed their slippers at least.
I don't think Azamor's been here because he would have teleported us here if he had. Remember, he's like, oh, he had that real, like, witty, sarcastic remark about, like, I can't have gone everywhere. When we were like, well, can't you just take us here, Azamor? Remember that?
That's true.
But, like, then he, like, teleported us to, like, the plane of water. So, I mean, apparently he's been around, right?
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe he's shown up here. Maybe not able to teleport, but travel himself.
Guess probably
Here I know
just
not.
not on the agenda, I guess.
Then why send us here?
That's still a part that I'm trying to figure out. We had here, but of what purpose? I can we can only assume we're here to slay the giant at the top of this maelstrom.
Or so. What does a miracle look like?
It bears no real form, though it could be described as a surge of light before it resides within you. You will feel a sense of power, strength, and warmth.
Hmm. I would say I've already felt this.
Perhaps, but I assure you, you have not felt the light of a miracle.
My dad said
Probably
that I'm
not.
a little miracle.
Well, I agree with that, Joey.
Thank you, Peepinog.
But in more ways than one. Like you say, great oracle, I bet I have not felt the light of a miracle. However, a miracle has happened to us. Anyone? No?
It's been a really good hair day for me, but besides that, nothing's coming to mind.
Personally, I think it's a bit of a miracle that we're all still alive.
Look where we are. Look who we're with. Amazing that all of us have suddenly been put onto a team together. None of us God chosen. Some would say that's a miracle. That all of us, no gods, yet every other team possibly has one or more.
You described your handler forming you into teams, no?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you consider a miracle?
Mm-hmm. If not mere coincidence, yet. I'll be positive on this one. Maybe.
I see. I know not your purpose here, nor what you are destined for, but it seems that the nature of the great game has truly changed from when I last knew it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Big hypothesis, everybody, okay? This is far from the truth, but this just went click, 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 click. What if this is the last Great Games? Not necessarily to decide the order of gods, but to decide if there are or are not. Maybe claim new positions. Something a little more intense, if you will.
I
I
mean,
mean,
Maria.
at, at at this point, I think anything's possible. But a thought did occur to me. What if Azamor wants us to attain the power to slay the gods? I mean, maybe it's a bit far fetched, but
Oh no, not far.
it's just a little odd that none of us have actually been chosen.
Yeah, because the the greed and wrath in them, they didn't want us to kill the gods. They just wanted us to kill Azamor.
Stop the death of the gods.
That then makes them the good guys and us the bad ones.
All a matter of perspective. What if the gods themselves are bad?
Well,
Seems we have many questions still.
yeah, we definitely need more info before we make a decision on where we go from here, but I'd say the immediate mission right now is to get that weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Oracle, can you take us to your kin's prison?
I cannot. I do not venture far from this place. But if you wish to go there, the fastest route is the sinkholes you find throughout the cavern. They will lead down to the realm of his prison.
Point
So
us in the direction of the closest one.
Preferably the safest one, actually.
I fear I do not know. For a low kind of grumbling, scraping sound is heard, and like you see Gorm still kind of off to the side with a cluster of other kind of gemstone-like creatures, all of whom statues still do not seem to have lost interest in these new fleshy beings. But Gorm seems to like rest a hand. And, like forget who asked the question, but whoever proposed it, you hear, I can lead you to one.
Seems we have ourselves a guide.
Did we acquire this weapon without slaying or freeing your descendant?
It might be possible, though I do not imagine he would allow it to happen.
Hmm.
As I
Follow
said,
up.
both giantkin and mortals have ventured there to slay him. I have never borne witness to any returning.
Follow up question. If a fox jumps into a hole and is unable to climb out, the fox themselves turns into a prisoner with whatever prey they found at the bottom. How are we meant to escape?
That's too, I do not know.
Hmm.
If you can. There are tunnels that eventually descend to that realm. None that Rungath could traverse. If you are meant to be successful, you will find your way out.
Okay.
I guess it's decided.
Mm-hmm.
Before we head out, do you think we should all wait here and kind of recover? I know we didn't take that much of a beating, but the more resources we go in with, the better. But it's up to you guys, whichever you think is best.
You are welcome to rest here if you wish. It is a safe space amongst these lower caves. Though you speak of power to slay God, such strange things. If that is truly what you believe your fates are entwined with, then you should choose your fates very, very carefully.
Not notorious. Not notorious. No.
Not entirely inaccurate.
Oh God.
So,
Hmm.
you guys do?
I'm down for rest. I have a few spell slots I could fill up.
Mm-hmm.
That works. Yeah.
How long has it been since we set out from the first island?
We
I
did-
imagine a good chunk of the day.
Yeah, good few hours, but in the safe space around you and bracing yourself to continue, I'd allow you to take a full long rest at this point.
Okay.
We fought a purple worm that morning, so
Nice.
casual.
You say it like it was hard.
Not for me. I was fine. I didn't take a single point of damage. Easy fight.
Somebody help! This wound isn't closing. The
Don't
poison's
try to
still in
knock
there.
That
Oh wait,
actually
I have a wound there.
That leads to a very good question. Oh my god, I'm blanking on your name.
our super religious fanatic who's now a compatriot. Oh
Not
my
really a
god.
fanatic. I'm
Historian.
just passionate, but thank
What's
you.
his name?
Oh, sorry.
Syrian.
I wouldn't ask you to venture into the depths of a prison and slay a god giant kin person. But
I say no more. I am a warrior of Faldir. If Faldir has deemed this fiend can be saved by being slain, then I am honored to provide my aid. And I would much rather that all of you return alive.
Mm.
I would not leave you to venture there by yourselves.
Barrick, should I even ask?
You go and look. Not there.
He's gone.
Oh, there he goes.
I look around. Is Gorm still here with us?
Yeah, Gorm's still there. And a few of the other crystal kin. You're not sure if all of the crystal creatures are present. Some of them look very similar, but there's still about a dozen. Yeah, Ferric is nowhere to be seen.
Man, Rip Ferrick, he's fucking dead.
No. Now, see, it was one thing to know where Ferric is, but not knowing where he is even worse.
I mean, I'm fairly certain he went on ahead, but
And
mean-
where?
to down below. He probably wants the
Andor.
weapon for himself.
Yes.
Andor, I second what you were saying. He's dead. He's fucking dead.
I didn't say that. Maria did, but no, I thought that.
Surely he's not foolish enough.
Oh well.
Oh,
He's definitely foolish enough.
He's brazen, but no, he's not suicidal.
He's
No, he
tough,
is-
but
well,
he doesn't stand a chance alone. I'm sorry. I don't stand a chance alone against it, so
It's gonna be real embarrassing for him too, cause like we kind of like saved him from the giants, right? And that was so embarrassing that he kind of like threw a little fit, try to like get spicy with us, you know. And we could have let him just like die there. And now we're gonna go down, and he's gonna be having his ass kicked again, and he's gonna look at us and be like, "I don't need your help." But then it's like seeing a puppy with one leg. Like you can't help it. You just like want to help, right? And that's embarrassing for Ferric, right?
We take a rest here. We won't go down to see him getting his ass handed to him. We're gonna go down and see his ass over there, his head over there, and his legs up there.
Perhaps he is wise enough to flee when the battle does not go his way.
That sounds
I
even
don't-
more
I don't-
unlikely.
I don't know him very well. I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good. I know him.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with Ferric. I respect him, but this isn't a good move for him, honestly. And
It's alright.
like I said, I'd prefer to go in at max strength if possible. So
We'll just like spend the time, hold a eulogy, remember him for like how long we knew him, and just process the grief now. He's gone.
Exactly.
I've got 9 different situations that Ferric did not make a good choice. Number 1, shooting the bigger boat.
Yep.
Ferric
Yeah.
is shooting the bigger boat again if he heads down there.
For clarification, Ferric said that wasn't him. That was
Yes,
the individual
yeah.
captaining the boat.
Pip stands by what he says.
To be fair, Ferric could have folded all the men on that boat, more than likely.
To be fair, he probably could have folded the boat.
Crunch. That's what the Stormbringer's gonna do to y'all.
Jesus, please God, no.
So, okay, let's go way out. Let's say we go into this prison. We fell this great prisoner. We gain this weapon. And what?
We gain a miracle from the gods.
Which will do what?
Just help
Go
us
off and
further our
fight your
agenda. You know what? I'm seeing the question now.
Well,
I understand a miracle could be helpful and probably steer us in the right direction, but then what?
I think getting the weapon is just insurance for the big cloud face that we saw earlier.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't want to have to use it if we don't have to, but if it does slay Giantkin, no offense to everyone here, um, I mean, it'd be good if he retaliates against us. I mean, after all, we're here to complete our mission and leave.
If the Gothcus does not fight against you, the children of the cloud certainly will.
It's
Means
true.
we have a handful of fights on our hands then.
I see more reason to get this played now. I understand.
But now, free their kin, acquire the sword, acquire the miracle, ring the bell, summon the children of the cloud.
Wow, friendship.
What was that, Joey?
I
For
said
our friendship!
acquire friendship.
Oh, acquire friendship. Sorry, I thought you said for our friendship.
Oh.
I thought we
they,
were. Never mind.
they too.
We found our broken puppy in Asurian. We just had to help.
Acquire friendship with the cloud people, or by the sounds of it, that'll be quite unlikely. Whatever the case, from there we'll have means to transport between the islands. Make our way to the place of the storm.
If
Slay
you
God.
slay Ungath, my kin are not the stone giant, not violent by nature, but they will follow the Gothcus's commands. But if you tell them of your slaying of Ungath, they will likely welcome you as heroes, or at the very least stand aside.
Well, there you go.
More reason to do so.
Yeah, because, like, he can't already broadcast us as, like, enemy number one, so, I mean, if someone wants to paint you the villain, then be the villain, right?
Oh, not always.
I'd prefer not to be a villain.
Alright. Yeah, it's bad, right? You shouldn't do that. I was kidding.
No, I think you are the least villainous out of all of us here.
Absolutely.
The
Inside
innocence.
check.
Oh.
Is Joey evil? Natural one. Joey's evil.
Nice. Joey's full evil.
Guys, I think Joe's gonna kill us. That's
Known it all along. I've known it this whole time.
But it's like Ferric left. It's like,
Oh,
this guy's
wow.
unhinged. I gotta get out of here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Joey's not crazy. Not evil.
Can I look at the oracle?
Yep.
Lock eyes. I'm not going to say
You
anything. I'm
failed.
just trying to.
She's blind.
She said she's nearly blind. She had to
That's
bring it
true.
close to her. So
she can look in your direction. But yes,
Okay.
you get her attention.
I just want to reach out and see if she can hear me.
You sense no connection.
Had to try.
Hello! You hear from like a distance, like crystal creature, like kind of on the wall. You reach out. I don't know why that was the hello I gave.
So good. So good.
Bunny returns in crystal giant form.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've got a prison to break into. I've got
Are we,
a
rest-
few things for that.
are we resting first, or are we chasing after Ferric immediately?
You see Pip just slowly lay down in the water.
No. I think we're good here.
I mean, my heart's telling me to go after him, but I mean, he kind of fucked up, so
I'm fine with either. I've never really liked him.
well, I guess we'll just relax and hope he shows up.
I mean, I don't have to rest, but I'll rest if you guys want me to.
Why don't we? That's rough. I was gonna say, why don't we paint something, Zappa? But never mind.
Oh.
Sorry.
Never mind.
I can share my paintbrushes with you.
You know what? I think I might go collect some rocks. I think that might be a good use of my time.
I'm done with painting, so I'm gonna go kick rocks.
Collect.
I know what you said.
Okay.
Follow behind with a sad violin.
Joey collecting
The
rocks.
world's tiniest violin.
I would like to work on the grappling hook then.
So I'll say, as far as the rest goes, you've recently rested, but you're also in a very safe environment, able to gather yourselves, fully aware of what awaits you. I would allow you to get a long rest in an hour if you so desired.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, have I ever told you how good of a DM you are? What?
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah, man.
Nobody likes to kiss ass. Okay.
I like it when people kiss my ass.
So
Physically.
does Android.
Oh no.
You know, he likes when people lick his ass.
Damn.
So,
3 hours.
rest?
Is this like full on sleep or is this just rest?
No, just resting.
Okay. Could I work on the grappling
Ow.
hook mechanism?
You would need downtime.
Downtime. Okay.
So this means I can swap my spells, or would I keep the same spells?
You can swap your spells if you wish.
Okay.
Being lenient simply because the challenge ahead of you is exceptionally difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt like
This has
Chris
been the formal DM warning.
Yeah.
I felt like every time the Oracle was like, "No one has returned," that was Chris actually saying, "Guys, yeah, I mean, you don't have
Just
to
let me
do
know.
this."
That's why I am
I
also
welcome it.
sitting here going like, okay, how do we get out? Okay, we have a way out. Great. What do we actually need this for? Okay, no, there's a good reason for that. I think we're going.
Chris, can
It's
I
about
also
to get
have you?
crazy.
Can I have you post the prophecy that the Oracle gave us?
Absolutely.
Yeah. After I heard that, I'm like, does anyone have the daylight spell?
Funny you should mention that. That's the exact reason I was asking for this. If it's gonna work, I don't know. Oh my god. Can we have that like on as a replacement to the Mighty Vibes, just have Pip do covers of popular songs?
I would totally do it too.
No, Mr. American Pie.
They would not be good, and that's the point.
Pip singing Limp Bizkit.
Oh my god.
We need
Also-
Artorias' theme song while we fight this boss.
Yes. While we're waiting on this, I will be right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let me take that off. You want put that on?
Me doing the math to see if we're actually gonna fight this boss today or next session.
Depends on how quickly we are able to get into this location.
Mhm.
Should probably put that on. That's probably a good idea, but that's another third level. Oh, so many third levels. wasn't worried until Chris said this is the formal DM warning. So now I'm worried.
Dude, after all the, like, no one has come back, giants and people alike. A small militia has been sent down there to kill him. They did not return. I was like, oof.
Asimore's like, yeah, you guys got this. I ain't going the fuck back in there.
Yeah. Asimore's just a giant with polymorph. He's like, haha, I have been chosen all along. Dude, I'm thinking of this arena, and truly terrifying. Because when we threw the rock down, you guys heard it hit water.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But we don't even. That might not even be near
Yeah.
to the prison.
I'm just
That could
imagining.
just be at the bottom of that tube, you know?
Yeah.
I really hope we don't have to fight in water. Because then only really Joey is going to be in a good spot for it.
freedom
And or
of
as
movement.
Marinus armor.
Okay. Facts. I said in a good spot, too.
What's a good spot?
I'll show you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
You're here for a good time, not a long time.
Oh no. I didn't expect to be seduced on stream today.
You showed up to the wrong game.
Damn.
Okay, I can put that in a sheet. That's nice. Okay, it's there. Oh, that's a really bad idea. Giants are generally very constitute, right?
They are known for their strength and sturdiness, yes.
So I don't think enlarge reduce is gonna help if I can reduce this son of a bitch.
Oh no, now he's twice as tall as you instead of 3 times as tall.
But he's the same size as Maria, so. No.
Giant kaiju battle.
Yes.
Oh, that would be the sickest.
Didn't we already? We kind of had that.
Kinda, yeah. For
That's
sure.
why I said kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take that off. I'm not going to take off Revivify. Does someone else have Dispel Magic?
I can have Dispel Magic.
No, that wasn't the question.
Oh. I mean,
Someone else.
I
have
can have it.
Okay.
I have it, but not prepared always. I'd have to put it on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
I'll
taking
put it
it
on.
off because I don't think we're gonna need it. I don't think I'm gonna use it at least.
Well, I also
Imagine
took it off
having to
because I
put
didn't think I'd
spells.
need it.
Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As a player, do you think I should keep locate object for the actual item, or should I toss it?
None of us do elemental damage except Pip, right?
I think so.
I do. Well, I mean,
Ah.
psychic.
It's not elemental.
Wow. You
Earth.
just on psychic like
Water.
that.
Fire, air, psychic.
Dragon. No. I thought we were going off Monster Hunter.
Ah, cat.
Snoop,
Oh, yes,
eat
the-
the cat.
Gently.
I
caress
didn't
the
even
crystal
fucking
stone.
notice her like get on my lap, but she just kind of arrived. Kidding.
Hello.
She's come to wish you luck.
Aw.
need
There's a
it.
foot on your
Aw.
face. She is like staring at you right now. This is
Mhm.
amazing.
You are loved by that cat.
For real.
Fuck yeah.
Blessed.
She will love you to the day she dies.
Winks at us.
Hello.
Oh yeah, right there, Dad. Or would it have to be joy?
Too long.
Oh, can we get
No.
the shimmy? Get the shimmy.
What?
See if the belly, like, give it a little shake.
Wait, I want to
The money
scrunch
don't
my
wiggle
cat.
wiggle. It folds.
My kitty don't wiggle wiggle. She folds.
She's going up.
No, I'm
Say
sorry.
purdy purdy. Faux show. Ooh, is mirror image?
Can y'all actually hear Bardbot? I hear nothing.
It's
It's
really
muted.
quiet.
It's muted. I had it muted this whole time.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
there you go.
I know exactly why you had it muted too, because of all my meme songs.
Yeah, because you had the. Oh, god damn it. Well, no, that and you were playing like country bumpkin shit while we were doing the labyrinthine.
Can that just be the playlist for this battle?
I am taking off lesser restoration. I don't think I'm gonna need that one.
Watch this thing come out with like the fucking petrified condition.
We'll have to
I
find
don't.
out.
Lesser restoration doesn't cure
It's only
petrified.
paralyze, poison.
Blind to
Come on,
deafen.
there you go.
Yeah, you need greater restoration to cure a petrified state. I remember this very clearly because Oshin only had lesser restoration.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. It folds. I have to wait.
Okay.
Faux show. Makes
Yeah, I'm gonna toss locate object.
Okay,
I have
don't
locate
think you need
object.
Oh, okay, perfect.
it.
So out of curiosity,
Yeah.
I had an idea for a bit about something I'd call it narrative progress. Rather than manually going through an entire series of dungeons and puzzles that would eventually lead to this. Make it more narrative. I describe the events you encounter, describe how you deal with them, not necessarily in a combat method, though you can describe if you deal with it violently as well, but it would speed up the events unfolding, especially because they are not likely to kill you, but might drain some of your resources.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I will do either. I
Just-
like
just-
dungeon crawl, but I understand narrative progress.
Well, I mean, it depends. If it's like a whole ass dungeon, that may be going through it, but if it's just like small little challenges.
No, it's just like a handful of encounters.
Sure.
Joy, can you not? Sorry. Get
She's excited for the upcoming battle of the
in
ages.
my
Oh,
face.
I'm taking identify off. We don't need identify until after the battle. Boom.
Oh.
Okay. Now I'm set. I was trying to figure out where to put a spell.
Desperately trying to claw through this fucking. All of Druid, like all these fucking Druid spells are concentration. So I'm like, I
Mhm.
don't want my whole fucking spell list to be concentration.
Yeah, it's fucking rough, isn't it?
It's rough, dog.
Especially when those smite spells, it's just a one-time thing and then it's gone. Like
Mhm.
concentration.
Can I upcast that?
Do I have time to get a drink? Are you guys going to be
No, good.
managing spells still? Okay.
I think everyone's still
Grab it.
choosing things.
This is very important stuff.
Sanctuary is such a good spell for like half of a turn, and then it just loses purpose.
Does it?
As soon as the person or the figure under Sanctuary casts a spell or makes an attack against another creature, the spell ends. Here, it's in chat.
Yeah, but that just means, don't. It's the warded creature, not the caster.
Yeah.
Any creature who targets the worded creature within a blah 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 unfailed save blah blah. Spell doesn't. If the warded creature makes an attack or casts a spell that affects an enemy creature, you can still cast spells like healing spells, but
So you use buff spells.
you could buff
Basically.
people while having Sanctuary so that you will. Because I planned this out with Mina, because this is what I had for Mina. The idea being that she could ward herself to ward off attacks, but you should still be able to buff and heal your teammates as long as you're not affecting an
Attacking.
enemy creature or
Yeah.
attacking outright.
So, question then. Let's say, Chris, this is me
And
trying
it's
to
not
understand how
concentration.
Sanctuary works. It's not concentration too. That's why I'm like, okay, I can take that.
Yeah.
Let's say I cast Heat Metal on turn 1 on an enemy creature's armor. And then round goes by, I cast Sanctuary on myself, but bonus action Heat Metal damage.
you're
Would
not-
that end Sanctuary?
You're not actively casting the spell, so
It's a lingering effect.
Okay, that's interesting. It's based, yeah. That's why that
I'm
one's
just like
tough.
mechanically that works.
Yeah.
But also Sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
It's in the chat.
No, I want to read like if there's a fluff description.
Also, Sanctuary is a bonus action to cast.
Yeah.
It's a
Dope.
bonus. Do you heat metal? Do you have to use an action to heat the metal, or a bonus action,
It's a
or is
bonus
it?
You action to
action on-
cast it, then bonus action to
On
make it go
continual
again.
turns.
Would you guys prefer Blinding Smite or Crusader's Mantle?
This
I
means
don't know.
nothing. to
Either
me.
of them do.
I would say raw it works, but I feel like the essence of the spell is not doing harm while under its effect.
So, how would you rule it then? Because this helps me kind of understand how to use it.
If you could have heat metal up, but if you burn someone with it while under the effect of Sanctuary
Sanctuary ends.
would end.
Copy. Me trying to figure out how like I could buff myself and still do something, but okay. Let's see if there's another better buff. Sanctuary it's also a first level, so that is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Actually, I changed my mind. I know what I want. Never mind. Away with you.
You know, fuck it. Let's do narrative story. We're doing this fight tonight.
Shit.
Shit.
Do you have it prepped? I'm sure you have it prepped. What am I saying?
Chris was born ready.
Bet your ass I have this fucking craft. I'm about to kill y'all.
Shit.
I think I'm ready then.
Oh,
I'm gonna put on a t-shirt so that I'm not like sweating in a sweater.
this is what I want actually. Why do I have speak with animals? I'm looking at. I'm like,
Speak with
perfect.
nature.
My list is complete. And then I'm gonna
Speak with-
bring.
Speak with
this.
animals is the most important spell. Why? What are you talking about?
Oh, I can talk to plants.
Alright, run to the bathroom as well.
Mm-hmm. Breaks for everyone.
Breaks forever.
All right.
As GC Man apparates from the darkness.
teleports in.
Which is I.
Okay.
You guys ready to get fucked?
Stubbed my toe with the force of Zeus when I went downstairs.
I've got a few bad boys here. Polymorph, Moonbeam, Longstrider, Hold Person, Enhance Ability, Conjure
I-
Animals.
Would hold person work on giant though?
Oh, that's right. Good point.
I've got power. It's got power through this encounter.
I feel like
Uh-huh.
Zappa would drink Powerade.
Oh, okay. We don't have a cleric. Never
Nope.
mind. Me immediately going to the big banish spell. What would happen if you banished a creature in the prison?
Dude, every once a month, I can hear one of my neighbors' fire alarm goes off. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. They keep catching shit on fire in their own house.
They're probably testing it. They're
No,
probably
I
just
can hear them
religiously-
running around upstairs right now.
Oh, well,
Um,
there you go.
Raider, as well, to your Blinding Smite Crusader's Mantle, I vote Blinding Smite. I'd rather have this creature not see us than we all do an extra d4 on weapon attacks, because I won't be doing weapon attacks.
That's valid, honestly.
Zappa is going to be using psychic spells?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so pretty much the
Well,
only ones
they're
doing
still
physical.
weapon attacks technically.
Okay. So
ranged
pretty much,
attacks.
then it would just be me. So that's
Doing
why
what?
I voted that way.
Okay.
Not making really weapon attacks for Crusader's Mantle.
Alternatively, the giant is also very constitution heavy, so
And
They
on
have-
top of that, this could be a massive creature and
Mhm.
arena. 30 feet gets pretty small when you get into one of these big places.
Sure. Yeah, I'm
So-
willing. I'm willing to risk the blinding smite then.
Yeah. I would rather you be doing damage and blinding this sucker than us getting an extra D4, which can still roll ones, you know.
I do have invisibility, just so you guys know.
For yourself or all of us?
I'm gonna bring
For-
conjure minor
I have 2
elemental.
slots, so
Can you please bring conjure animals and we surround this sucker and snakes?
I have
This is
conjure
that-
animals and conjure elementals.
This is that fight to surround them in snakes and
Yeah.
have a god descendant be killed by snakes.
this is
We
the
just
time
think
where we
about-
pull out all stops.
What if he
Is
has
it-
AoEs though? That's the
No
unfortunate
chance.
part.
Give
But-
him no chance.
Follow-up question: is a bite attack of a snake considered a weapon attack? I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Because
Because
then Crusader's Mantle makes a lot more sense.
they're considered weapon attacks. It's just a natural weapon.
Right. Each snake deals an extra D4 radiant if you're within 30 feet of it.
Holy snakes!
Holy snakes.
Holy snakes!
Oh my God.
Holy snakes.
Okay, let me
Well,
look.
Here's a nightmare.
Does anybody else have daylight out of curiosity? Because that's the first thing.
No.
That's the first thing I'm
know.
gonna try.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's why I was immediately like, we don't have a cleric. Okay, so no daylight, no banishment.
All right. So Maria's gonna go in, try and be peaceful with daylight. We'll see what happens.
But something tells me though it's not necessarily the literal sense of we need to put daylight on him. It's on the heart.
Yeah.
So what if this is an impossible creature to kill? You can't actually kill the creature unless once you've downed the creature, you take the heart, expose it to daylight. That type of thing, you know.
hmm How long does daylight last anyway?
I think it's like a minute. It's a long
Nope,
time.
it lasts an
10
hour.
minutes? Oh, an hour?
I'll still cast it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Christopher,
Christopher.
question for
Hit
you.
me.
Christopher.
I have conjure elemental.
Mhm.
Is there any elemental in particular that Joey would not have knowledge of and be unable to summon?
That's a very fair question.
The highest I can go is challenge rating 2. So I'm on D&D Beyond looking at from
Oh,
level 2 below.
Oh,
elementals.
challenge rating 2. Let me see.
You cannot cast a grass elemental. If you do, the world will end.
I think there's one level 2 elemental.
There's 2. There's a gargoyle and a Nazaire.
And
I'd say you probably
Nazaire-
wouldn't know what a Nazaire is.
I don't even know what a Nazaire is.
It's like
Because
a
if not,
brass fire dwarf.
I'll probably just bring because I have the Fey one conjured.
I'd say probably just the Azaire. You'd know the rest.
Nazaire. Did not spell that right, but Nazaire.
They look like little dwarves. Like
Yeah, they're like
fiery dwarves.
fire dwarves.
Fire dwarf. I did not
Actually,
spell it right.
roll
So I'm trying
roll
to-
an Arcana check.
Azaire.
Maybe you would know of a Nazaire.
That's crazy.
Oh my
A
god.
17.
That's acrobatics.
Fuck.
Is it-
Well,
is
what
it-
did I roll?
It's also to DM only, by the way.
It's 14, and then my. Was it Arcana?
Yeah.
14.
Would not know what a Nazaire is.
Okay.
Zappa's got mirror image now. Oh my god.
Where does
I'll do
a
Fey instead.
Nazaire
Then.
normally?
Plane of fire.
Where would you?
Noah, no.
Okay.
Oh.
What?
You went like,
cut out.
where would you care? And just cut out.
Oh.
What? It's just an ordinary wall.
Okay, we went from killing a purple worm to killing a Godkin. I'm fucking so stoked.
Woodland being. One fey creature. Okay.
Any other?
God.
TPK. TPK. TPK.
Kawhi
Yes.
sitting here like,
yes, just
"Oop,
before
here we
we
go
head
again."
out, I would ask the Great Oracle.
Oh shit. What, Noah?
Yeah, Uma.
No, Noah
Uh-oh.
said something and then cut out for a second.
He's gonna ask Uma something. I think. Yeah, I hear you. We're good.
Yeah, we hear you.
Ask the question.
I don't know if he can hear
Uh-oh.
us. I think he's.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
There he is.
Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you now. Everything
Yeah.
just stopped for
Oh,
a
okay.
second.
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yuma is sitting in the same area. What is your question?
We're gonna head out in just a second, but I wanted to give this to you. I think it's something small, something I found a long time ago, but it's just merely a thanks and possibly a token of gratitude, and possibly followed up with another question.
And I present to her a bare tooth. Where'd it go? Chime. Everyone stopped for me again. Oh
You
no.
froze.
Oh,
Okay.
I heard a
Would-
tooth
Okay.
of some kind.
I present a bare tooth wind chime.
Mm.
It is in my inventory.
You kind of hold it out to her. She kind of like holds it up, kind of clinks against itself. And, "Well, thank you. I shall happily keep it. What else would you wish to ask of me?
Well, any advice? I mean, we are about to go attempt something that no one else has survived from, and any information we have that could help us would be, helpful.
I fear I know nothing other than he is contained in a prison that influences his body and his mind. And that he is, as I said before, become twisted by the curses that afflict him. I fear I have nothing else to give.
Be honest, that's a lot. I do appreciate you.
And I wish you all luck. I hope to see you return here.
I think if we do return, the knowledge of what has happened will be enough, or would you prefer us to be honest and forthright with what has happened?
I think the knowledge and the fact that you return is enough.
Understood.
I do not know your place in this world, but I do not think it is as deceivers.
Maybe not outwardly. Inwardly, it's all possible.
There are many able to deceive themselves inwardly.
Oh, yes. Okay, wait for me! I'm coming!
Okay. So, as the group gathers their things, prepares themselves, Gorms like kind of turns and seems to like almost shoo away the other crystalline creatures who have been just kind of crowding around you this entire time. Every now and then you'll feel like a cold poke. It's like one of the creatures like seems to come inspect these organisms that have arrived in their domain. Before Gorm eventually, I forgets to whom spoke Primordial. I think it was Zappa.
Yeah, Zappa.
Zappa, and the grinding sound of stone as you hear him. Are you prepared? Very well. and begins to make his way off, traversing through the tunnels. I assume those of you follow.
Mhm.
It's not far out of this cavern. Returns to the winding cave-like tunnels, slick with condensation and sprouting these small buds of crystal all throughout. Darkened brown and purple stone till perhaps 20 minutes or so of traversing this cave. A few climbs, a few uncomfortable squeezes through narrow spaces. In particular, Zappa, you find yourself becoming enclosed in further and further tunnels. Till eventually, in one of the somewhat wider spaces, there's a large, kind of jagged, like, semicircular hole that seems to just fall away into the ground, though at a bit more of an angle. You should be able to climb down this one. There is water below.
Okay. He says this one has water below it, so we should be able to climb down there and safely fall into the water. Do you know if there's anything in the water?
I have not traversed in the deeper caves. It is forbidden to us.
Okay. And then Zappa will turn back to the party.
Oh,
Be on
the-
your guard, because there could be stuff in the water.
You guys want me to like I can like ritual case water breathing last 24 hours and then you guys don't have to worry about drowning. Just
Sure.
take
it,
me a minute.
it could help us.
I think this is wise.
Well,
Right. Me get to doing that.
You ritual cast
During-
water breathing.
During
Ferret.
the 10 minutes.
ah!
Fuck! Where are they?
During those, I think it's 10-minute ritual.
Yeah.
10
10
Pip
minutes
is
and
gonna
6
go.
seconds.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Those 6 seconds are actually gonna help a lot. The Pip is gonna walk around to each of you and just make sure your armor and equipment is like in good condition. I will prestidigitate you clean. I'm gonna make sure all of our like the periapt and the winged boots and your cloaks, like they're all in tip-top shape to make sure like. And meanwhile, he's also talking to you nonsensically. So
This is when Pippinog steals all of our fucking money.
roll a perception check.
No. Perception? My passive's 24? Let's get it. A 14.
Yeah?
Joey, you finish casting water breathing on everyone.
Fantastic.
Zappa's apron is just concurrently on him. As soon as it's down, comes back up. Mage armor. Yeah.
Nice. And/or Maria, doing anything in particular to prepare?
Maria's gonna softly talk to the armor and
Mhm.
just be like, we're getting into a big battle right now, so we can't have any situations like last time. Got it?
There's no audible response.
Mhm.
And we'll just summon the sword.
Hmm.
Who knows if any of you are watching, but get ready for a good showing.
The sinkhole stands before you. Gorm steps back. He's shown you here, but seems to have no desire to descend. Hisorian kind of like finishes adjusting his armor. Well then, out from here and onward to this Lagothkus, yes? And find your father and my companions. And Hopefully, my sword.
Open.
Well, how do you proceed?
Doing nose goes.
What was that?
Nose goes.
Nose goes?
Yeah, who's going first? Nose goes.
You know, I once heard the story of a wise dwarf once. Geronimo.
And I will go off the edge and slide down the
Okay.
tube.
You know what? Maria will go next.
Okay. So,
Oh.
need acrobatics checks from Pip and Maria.
Is it not like I thought it was at an angle where you
He
could just
said-
slide?
Yeah, it's at an angle. He said you could climb down. It's still rock.
Misunderstood. I did not just throw myself.
Just fucking-
I just said I would go. I didn't say I was.
Geronimo dies from fall damage.
That's what I yeah. That's what I was worried
You would know
about.
this is probably not safe to jump into.
Mhm.
Okay.
We will climb down.
We're basically gods, guys.
No.
Dead fish.
Show you gods.
Jesus
That's what I'm worried
Christ.
about.
Okay then. Everyone who is attempting to traverse down, can you make me an athletics or acrobatics check for me? So it is a relatively easy climb, though narrow footholds and slight gaps, as well as the condensation that clings to it, still makes it a bit slippery in places. Should one fall, it could be quite nasty. For example,
You have inspiration. What?
I do have inspiration.
Is this the place?
Would you like to use it?
Is this the time?
Yeah, I'll use it.
okay.
Phew.
It is a long climb. Narrow, jagged, as if, like, coming at a steep angle and curving slightly. It almost feels like a boar tunnel, like from one of these worms that you might have wandered near from your time traveling here. But it's natural, or at least a natural sinkhole. It looks like the ground is like caved out, and parts of the rocks have fallen, and the tunnel itself seems to almost get a bit narrower as you descend. It's almost like a funnel. About 10 minutes, you find yourselves shuffling your way down through dark, rocky outcrops. Is there any source of light amongst you?
I will magically tinker light on my hat.
Okay. With Pip's radiant cone of lights, you able to safely traverse down before you see it seems to fully drop off and open up beneath you. Those of you, whoever would be first to see this, naturally, it's the lights seems to cascade downward about 10 or 20 feet of open space, and then what you see is a clear, reflective surface.
Are there rocks?
There are rocks. Yes.
Like just small rocks that I could grab.
Not, you're still kind of perched, like you're
Mhm.
kind of somewhat at a climbing angle. You could try and, yeah, you could break one of those easy enough.
I'd like to break more than one. I'd like to get like 10 if I can.
Alright. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I will magically tinker light onto one of the rocks.
Someone want to give this a toss?
Yeah, Kawhi? Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah? Uh-huh. Is that the god we've been worried about?
I was gonna say that's a giant that we're gonna fight in the dungeon.
What is? I didn't see it.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I just.
I'll go back and clip it later.
No, you can do exclamation mark clip in chat.
Oh, can you?
Yep.
Yep.
Me clipping the wrong thing. Oh God, me almost typing it in the roll 20. There we go, perfect.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
Does anyone throw the rock down?
Pip's just holding a rock with a light.
I can't throw it very far if someone else would like to try it, and our resident grump is gone.
Maria will throw it.
Links it to the water. Only about 6 inches. you still kind of just barely see it under the surface. The water ripples outward. It is not as deep as it might appear.
Is there any movement in this place after that?
You haven't gone down through the hole yet.
More
You see it opens up beneath you. There's like the area of the cavern. You just see the area where you'd land, where there's a scattering of rocks, what looks like the debris that fell out through this sinkhole, and then water. But you cannot see far beyond that space, that radius.
more so where the rock landed. We can't see that.
No, you see it. You dropped it directly, like, you're right above the hole that drops down into this larger chamber. About 20-foot drop, lands in the water, only goes about 6 inches down. It's not deep water. It's
Right.
a very
So-
thin layer.
Was there a reaction to that in the chamber?
None that you saw or heard.
Okay. That's
Just
all
the
I'm worried
rippling
about.
of the water.
Yep.
So, 20-foot drop, 6 feet. Are we cannonballing, or shall I get the rope out?
6 inches.
Six.
Hard
Man,
to
there's some
feel
weird
that.
gases down here in these
The
tunnels.
water
thinking
the
about
water
my
is 6
math.
inches deep. It's a
Yes.
20-foot drop though.
20 foot, 6 inches. Yeah. I my mind knew that, my voice did not.
Yeah, let's get the rope.
Okay.
Pull out the rope.
Yeah.
Is there
You
Tie it down if you want me to.
You're okay. You safely were able to climb and traverse your way down into this cavern.
Okay.
And what you see, as it seems to... The area around the sinkhole seems mostly natural rock. But as the light off Pippinog's glowing cone hat cascades throughout the area, you are caught by a almost blinding amount of reflection. All along the walls, what should be sheer stone, instead you see long panels of this almost polished-looking crystalline substance. Similar to what you found so far, but it almost seems to be forming into these large geometric panels that cover up areas of the wall. Some are still bare stone, but it is largely encompassed by this crystal substance. The floor around you is a flat, mirror-like reflection of perfectly still water until it is disturbed by the many splashes and footfalls of your group dropping down. The previously seen mushrooms still cluster throughout the chamber, where areas of stalactites, stalagmites kind of sprout up, piercing through the crystalline paneling of the area, with the faint, tiny blue motes of light present throughout, providing not any real light except for around these clusters of mushrooms. You see the wide cavern seems to split into several different jagged directions. Some look easy to traverse, some others look difficult. You see no sign of danger present. Perhaps other than the fact that you cannot see below the waterline.
Can I dip 2 fingers in the water and taste it?
It's very thick mineral water.
Stalactites?
Yes, I see many.
Oh, okay. Well, water is coming from somewhere.
Can I gather up a bit of the mineral water into a sample jar?
Absolutely.
Sweet.
One thing you notice, like stalactites, water's coming from somewhere. The whole area is covered in like a faint film of condensation, as watery caves often are. But the areas where you see bits of like water droplets forming, dropping into the water, you hear no dripping sound, nor does the drips of water disturb the surface. It just kind of falls into the water. You stare down, and despite, if you stand still, the ripples stop rather quickly, and you look down into a like near mirror reflection of yourself. In addition to all the ones around of your group around the cave.
Pip is gonna find a way, part of the cave where he is not standing in this water.
It covers the vast majority of the floor, save for areas of stalagmites that you'd have to kind of climb up onto. But there's no. You could not progress without at least standing in the water. There are just areas where you. There are areas where you can get out of it, though.
Pip will stand onto one of these until we are ready to continue.
Okay.
Is there any obvious difference with our reflections in the water and on the walls, or?
Roll me a perception check.
Perception. No.
What's your passive? Oh.
Passive is
Still 10.
yeah, it's 10.
It's okay. Joey, as you are noting these reflections, ones in the water look very, very similar. But as the group kind of moves into space, occasionally you'll glance over and see. You think you see some kind of like mushroomy growth on your shoulder in one reflection before you kind of move and it's not there. You catch a faint glimpse of red from the area around Maria's side of her head. Petals of a flower. Andor's armor looks faintly luminant, as does Surian's. In brief glimpses you catch in certain panels of this cave before they move, the reflection is disturbed and the difference is gone. Just brief instances as you take in the space where you notice these faint reflections.
And they disappear when someone messes with the.
It's more so they don't linger.
Okay.
You catch it for an instant, and the moment your attention is shifted, it's not there anymore.
Joey will point this out to the group.
It's almost like a series of like crystalline funhouse mirrors, slightly distorting, and shifting as you move in the chamber. The reflections move along with you.
If Zappa takes a dagger and tries to like chip away at one of the crystalline reflectors, is he able to do it?
It's quite hard, but after a few moments of like chipping at it, there's a faint kind of crack that forms. You chip a small piece off.
Okay.
So it take probably something more significant than a dagger. You think these are
Okay, I got you.
harder than the ones you encountered up above.
Mm-hmm.
Joey, do you think it's possible that the reflections show us the item that, oh, I don't know, maybe a sign of the gods? Because, I mean, I had the flower, you have the mushroom, you know.
Oh, but Andor's lighting up, and it's his outfit, right? And I think it's just because like it's magical.
You think so?
Well, what about my magical apron? Did it light up?
Magic what?
My magic apron?
I don't know.
You saw no differences in the reflections of Pip or Zappa.
Alright. Guess there's nothing magical about you two.
Oh, I knew it. But Andor's the one that's kind of odd.
We are champions of Faldia, are we not? It's only natural that we should exude a radiant glow. I can't
Yes,
hear
of
you.
course. No, I was mulling over my words. But of course, champions of Felder. It's well known that House Claremont worships the god. I did join with the intentions of championing him.
The
I
way
didn't
you
do
say
well
it
at
like
school.
that sounds very sincere.
No, it's more shock because, like they're saying, Maria got the rose. Joey's out here talking to the caretaker. I thought I was just left to the wayside, but apparently not. Champion of Felder.
Looking
So-
for a gift that was already given.
So I guess Pip and Zappa haven't been claimed yet.
I have. He points to his eyes and his teeth.
Well,
Who needs a guard when you have pops?
What is pops? You mean your
oh
father?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't
You
answer
don't
that.
wanna ask
You
that
don't want to
question.
know.
Oh, all right. I'll refrain from asking further.
Why wouldn't you want to know?
I've apparently been told that I don't.
Pops is the best, though.
Maria's standing behind Zappa and just kind of like,
Well,
Oh,
no god would claim a scientist.
that got me more than it should have.
that?
Yeah.
I pictured
God,
Pip
claim a
saying that,
scientist.
but like tipping a fedora.
Why a fedora?
Fine.
Pretty
Oh,
sure that's the bio of r/atheist, isn't it?
No god would claim
God would claim a scientist.
Yeah.
Well,
4
I'm still
hours.
kind of getting over the whole thing that they're real. I still don't believe it, but I mean, if the
Of course
big
they're
giant
real. They let us cast magic.
You see Pip immediately cast Mage Hand and kind of flick him.
Yes, I'm aware there's there's magic gifted to you by the gods. Power of healing, power of radiant light. These are not available to most ordinary magicians.
but learnable.
By devotion to the gods, yes. I made radiant energy come out of this ball peen hammer and nearly killed something with it.
You're not wrong.
I
All I'm
can't
saying
normally
is-
do that.
I
I
can't.
think it's more
normally-
you than the god. That's the thing.
Takes both.
Hmm.
The god would not gift you powers because you asked them. To show devotion, loyalty.
The same could be said to my tinkering.
Suppose.
Ah,
But your tinkering cannot love you.
this.
Oh, he's
You
been
would
working
be
on something for that.
surprised.
oh no.
What's it, Joey?
Going to take my previous lesson and not ask further questions.
Well, sorry, but this is all over. You and me, buddy. We'll go to my shop. We'll see what we can find.
No,
for
I
you.
don't think we will.
Oh no, it'll be good. You have no choice in the matter. It's good.
It's good for both of us.
So, which way forward?
Not to ask.
Is always
Is
the
there
right
a-
way.
Is there a clear, distinct path forward? Just like further
There
into the
are
cavern?
3.
One's easier, one's middle, one's really hard.
To an extent, you can't. One seems to be very jagged and angular. It'd be more of a climb than a walk. You could easily tellable it's a difficult climb. Another one seems like a more kind of naturally carved tunnel that should be relatively easy to traverse. The other also seems naturally carved, but it seems to shift and turn a lot, and you can't see very far inward.
I will.
This is
pick
just
up-
at a glance. You have not examined these passages further.
Are all
will
of them
pick
going down? Sorry.
Oh, no,
All of them
yeah.
seem to be going slightly down, yes.
Yeah, like we're continuing the decline is all that's important.
Yes, but it's not as sheer. It's
Yeah,
just steady.
So it's and then this cavern and then this slightly going down.
I will pick up the rock that is still magically tinkered and just throw it towards these caves just to see if anything reacts to it or maybe it sheds a little light. It probably won't, but still.
Okay. After casting these rocks around, they ping off the crystalline walls and they don't seem to disturb any.
Well, I am fairly confident in thinking we're alone in here unless this water is alive, but doubtful.
I'm really good at climbing, so I vote to climb more.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the one that's all twisty and curvy and.
Live. Waka 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 waka.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
go
Yes.
look at it.
You doing anything as you approach? You see the jagged cavescape that's seems to like there's a slight drop as the tunnel goes in, and it curves around and moves out of sight.
Oh, good question. We're in water. Does the water drain?
It doesn't seem to drain. There is a slight lip of stone, as if it kind of cuts off the pool, but further down there is more water. Like where the drop off is, there's a slight lip that does the water doesn't drop.
There's no teeth or rows of stalactites and mites that resemble teeth, right?
Make a perception check.
Because minerally water may not be all natural 20 for 28.
Gaze around. They are kind of oriented around the edges of the chamber.
I will very calmly make that known to everyone.
Yeah. Additionally, with the natural 20, just ever so faint, distant echo. Almost sounds like a mumbling, moaning, yelling. You're not sure. It's just like this very distant sound, voice of some kind that very quietly drones.
Is it possible to tell if it's coming out of one of these three passageways?
Try and look around. Make another perception check.
Another one.
You guys
Okay.
see Pip seem to catch onto something and start examining around.
Another
I smell
natural
something.
20. Another
Moaning.
natural 20. What?
Maybe. Nope.
Fortunately, it's very faint. You can't quite pin it. You can tell it's emanating into the room rather than from it, but you know not from where.
No. With that known.
Would the smooth one that looks the easiest, does it look like it's not like this is a hard I'm having a tough time trying to phrase the question, so I'm just
No,
going to
it's
say
alright.
words.
Okay.
Does it look naturally formed in the sense of biological, like it's an esophagus, like it's a throat, rather than
Appears to be jagged, crystalline stone walls. Doesn't look smooth. It doesn't look proportioned any different. Now that you look around the cave further, probably just stalagmites. You think?
I'm gonna stab one with
Okay.
my hand axe that I have cut
Okay.
into it.
You chip the axe.
I chipped the axe.
You hit a stone with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
It is stone though. I'm fucking with you.
Okay, I think we just gotta pick one. I don't think we're gonna be in this. We're gonna be in here all day otherwise.
Would anyone else like to do
Go ahead.
anything or investigate the passages? Go on, Mario.
I recommend, well, not recommend. Knowing Ferric, he probably didn't choose the easiest path, so if we're gonna save his ass, we might as well take the medium path, I guess.
Is that what we're doing? Are we trying to are we like? I felt like we let him go, right? Like,
Well, I mean, the more help that we have against this thing, the better.
I felt like that
Well-
ship sailed, cause he's dead.
Well, it's up to you guys. I mean, we can take the easy path if you want.
It sounded like we might really die if we're not careful, and just going out on a limb trying to guess where Ferric went when Ferric could be mashed into like just like a puddle. Not even like a carcass left. He's reduced to atoms, right?
It's an atom.
I wish I could explain that. I've only seen a picture of one. But besides the point, why not just take the easier path, right? I mean,
So the climbing one?
sure.
Sounds good.
Wait, so are we taking the easy one or are we climbing? I'm very confused.
I
We can
don't know.
We can
Which
still
one's-
climb through the easy one.
What are the different paths I'm looking at here?
Windy, normal, and then like rocky.
And shifting like craggles. That's from what I understood.
Oh, let's go down the normal one.
All right, well, let's get going then.
Right?
Party begins to traverse, making their way through the.
We'll keep an eye open for a uvula.
There's one stalactite that hangs in the center of the ceiling of this tunnel you make your way into.
Lightning bolt. No, I'm just kidding.
Usually, so it's a girl house.
Damn it. I appreciate it, Sam.
Gotta look at Monster House.
Traverse your way through this winding tunnel, ever descending downward, occasionally dipping and shifting into these like low patches. I would say the areas of slanted terrain that you traverse don't seem to have much as far as water on them. It's only when the floor seems to relatively even out that this like kind of low reflective pool remains. Shortly after traversing down through this tunnel, seems to drop off and kind of what's the word? Slight trench forms in the cavern. Drops off 20, 25 feet, goes onward for decent distance. You see almost like 40 or so feet or so, this like indents before it picks back up a jagged slope and continues onward through the cave. Do you descend down and march through the trench, or find another way across? Doesn't seem particularly difficult to climb down into.
That was on the climb.
How far does the trench
How far does the trench what?
go?
Goes about 40 feet across.
How
It's not
deep is it?
far, it's just about 25 feet down.
5 feet down. Okay.
So 40 feet across. How far to the other side?
40 feet. You're in the tunnel, it just drops for about 40 feet, then picks back up.
Oh, okay.
Like the ground is just like sunk down.
Big tunnel.
Oh,
almost,
I see.
yeah. Inside the trench itself, you see like large clusters of these mushroomy growths, as well as a few more stalagmites sprouting up.
I will continue the process of just throwing my light rock in front of us.
Okay. Plug it forward.
Okay, I guess we go through.
As we climb.
The party climbs down into the trench. Not difficult. You slide down pretty easily. Before reaching the bottom, the rippling water spreads out through the chamber. Partway through your travel through the trench, we see who.
Let me see who.
Rip Assyria.
Joey.
Aw.
As the
Because
group
we're
is pressing
investing.
forward, I rolled random. I'm sorry. One was Andor. As you are walking, there is a sudden. You feel something wrap and tighten around you. Yeah, that's the noise. That's the noise he makes as he is yanked to the other side of the cavern. You see one of the stalagmites a large singular eye open down the middle as laced like under the water just below the surface. You see long rope-like tentacles sprout out from the opposite side of the trench. Another one of these large stalagmites opens its eye. You see the crystalline stone split open to rows of jagged teeth. You encounter a pair of ropers in the trench. Describe to me how you overcome them. Whatever flourish you like. Joey is enraptured by them and seems to be dragged towards one of their maws.
What?
Maria lets Joey be consumed.
No, is that druidic,
We all
Joey?
just watch.
Yeah, that's what Druidic sounds like.
Yeah. How do you overcome these individuals?
Maria would run up to the one that grabs Joey, just in one fell swoop, just slice down the tentacles, and then immediately try and stab it in the eye.
Maria rushes into the fray, slicing tentacles off this creature. It seems to belch and croak in pain as you slice bits off. Not long before more seem to just kind of sprout out from the areas around. What is the party doing to help? Joey, what are you doing to escape?
I will shoot firebolts towards the eye at the one that's trying to drag Joey in.
Okay. I will say, in the essence of this, if you expend any spells or resources to escape, it will decrease the amount of damage you might take from this encounter. Or if you have any other creative ways of defeating your foes. It need only be one action or one expense if you do wish to spend a spell slot. Just depends on how long it takes you to face these creatures and what resources you keep to yourselves.
Bada-bin. Chitty-ching-ching, goodbye anything.
Like Andor's
I'm
just gonna
doing
do his.
basically... Oh no, go for it, Andor.
Andor's just gonna do his basic chop every turn. He summons Rapier
Alright.
and just starts swinging.
And Zappa's gonna throw a vial of acid into the mouth to try to get it to attempt to get it to stop trying to eat.
Give up.
Yeah, you throw it into its mouth. It kind of it seems to more kind of like violently regurgitate it, letting Joey go in the process.
What are these made out of? Like, what's the texture? You know, are they
They
solid
look
or are
like
they
stone.
squishy?
They look like stone, but when the eyes open and the tentacles come out, it's like fleshy substance. Though as you fight and strike them, the outside is hard as stone.
All right. Joey will summon some animals to just eat
Okay.
them. Let me double check the CR on this, but I think I'm gonna summon some badgers, my good digging boys, to just devour.
Did you say digging? Because it sounded like dicking.
In his escape, Joey conjures a flock of badgers that run
So-
rampant through the cavern.
Giant badger. I
Just
can
one?
do 1/4. So giant. Hold on. Conjure animals 1/4. 8 giant badgers.
They rampage through the cavern, tearing into these creatures, digging away through the stone chunks and into the flesh beneath.
Joey
anyone
gets
else-
released and he summons it, and it's just kill.
Kill John Lennon.
John Lennon.
Okay.
They have a multi-attack as well. I would like to
That's-
point out.
Okay, you put an end to them, though, with the group's prolonged attempts at conserving resources. Do take a bit of attrition from this battle, though it is swiftly put to an end. Everyone roll me a Constitution saving throw.
+4 if you guys are next to Maria.
What is
This would not count towards the. This is. See how well you escape the damage you're taking.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Passive damage from an encounter succeeded, reduced partially by the contribution of the Angry Badgers. Actually, reduced a lot by the contribution of the Angry Badgers. 8. All right, so Maria, Andor, and Pip all take 10 points of damage.
Okay.
Zeppa and Joey will take 20.
Ooh.
But by the end of the
Ouch.
battle, the trench lies soaked with this deep, oily colored liquid as the stalactite creatures like crumpled and splits before you.
If I gather up a little bit and try and spark it on fire, does it catch fire?
No, it's
This
just
oily
this
substance?
strange liquidy blood that they have.
Can I get 2 samples?
You
Yeah,
add
great.
roper blood to your inventory.
Pip is
Don't know what
done
it
with
does,
them.
but-
Zappa will attempt to send them back home.
You basically just watch as the partially split fleshy form seem to just form up and slowly sink into the water.
At the end of the fight, while everyone's kind of gathering themselves and getting ready to move on to the next chamber, Andor's going to go over to Maria.
Oh yeah,
Um,
for Hisuian as well.
Maria, I don't quite know what a kaiju is, but I heard you saying it earlier. This should help. And he's going to hand her the potion of growth that he got.
Oh,
Alright.
thank you. Yeah, I read it in the book one time. I think it was called Gigantus the Fire Monster. It's really
That's it.
good, actually.
No, that sounds like a good. I've been reading a lot of smut lately because that seems to be the only books this group carries. But I'll
I
check that out
mean-
once we're out of here.
I mean, smut's good too. Anywho, let's go.
Yes. Okay. This got weird quickly. Take the potion. Use it for the fight. You got this. All right, go team. Yeah.
Immediately, as you turn around, Andor, Pip is standing there, beaming, holding a book in his hand.
I've already read a
Phenotype
Lich's Love.
phenomenon.
You want a book? I've got a book for you. It's really good.
Oh.
You said you don't like the smut.
Oh, I like the smut. I'm just saying I've been reading a lot of smut. That's.
We'll read this together later.
Together,
I-
even.
Oh,
This is actually Pippinog's smut. Is phenotype phenomenon.
Oh, I don't want to read it now.
Oh.
Zipper. Oh, he kind of got hurt a little bit there, right?
I mean, it's just a flesh wound.
Can you show me where?
Zappa just sees like a large gouge in his forearm.
Alright. Joey's gonna kiss his hand and then put his hand against the wound a little bit. Just a tap, not just fucking dig it in there.
It was good for both of us.
Fuck.
Oh, what's in there? Ooh.
He's
No,
gonna
wait,
use
I have a wound there.
healing hands and restore 10 hit points.
That feels much better now, thanks.
Joey, would you like a boost?
Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't that bad because, like, the whole, caretaker thing, she kinda takes a bit of the edge off when I get hit, so I'm doing just as well as,
Okay.
like, the rest of you.
Okay. I will
In the depths of
save
this
cure wounds,
trench,
then.
as you tend to your wounds and gather things, nestled within a cluster of these mushroomy growths, you swear you see like what almost looks like partially covered, like the end of a boot sticking out.
Rip Ferric.
Please.
Andor's gonna start digging. Is it like covered in rocks? If it is, he'll start moving some of the
No,
rocks. out
it
there.
looks like it was like nestled in a portion of the wall, and then mushrooms just kind of grew up. The same ones that kind of scatter throughout the cave.
Wait, don't touch it.
I'm gonna poke it with my axe.
You poke the mushroom.
No, the boot.
Okay, you poke the boot.
Okay. Not anything hidden. Had to make sure. Stalactites were hidden. Had to make sure the boot. Why is there a boot down here?
Andor's gonna pick up the boot.
You go and pick up the boot, and you hear a clattering sound as a skeletal leg comes out with it.
Oh, guys, I fucked up. This
The,
is.
the mushrooms rustle, and there's a disturbance of spores. Can you make me a con save, please?
Yeah.
Would I have to make that as well? Because I am standing right next to him.
Sure.
'Cause I just poked it.
Okay, you're both fine. But you
Oh.
both kind of like your eyes kind of dazzle for a bit. And the spores that release seem to like flood into your face and disorient you. Before Andrew, you kind of open your eyes. You're holding a boot, and there's just bones dangling from it.
You guys just breathing like dead person. That's nasty. There it was all
Oh,
evaporated person. All in your lungs.
not the worst thing I've breathed in before.
It's the worst I have.
Chris, fucking little grimace. I saw that.
I was trying to think of what. Never mind.
What possibly could
Um,
Pip have snorted?
With actually, yeah, that brings me to a good point. If I investigate these mushrooms a little closer without trying to disturb them, and now having that event of spores in next to me, could I discern what these mushrooms might do?
Make me a nature check.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it at disadvantage if you want, because these are total fresh.
No, just a.
12.
Fortunately, based on the brief effect you shrugged off, you're not sure what they do. But yes, sitting there amongst the cluster of mushrooms, you've pulled a leg free, but you see what remains of the humanoid skeleton.
Oh, poor soul.
So don't fuck with the mushrooms.
Should we keep his boots?
Is there any other kind of like equipment other than the
Uh,
boot? or-
It's still in the mushrooms. You'd have to remove the figure.
Here, hold on. Everyone back up.
And I will mage hand one mushroom, one rock. Another.
As you clear away,
And it'll help with Mage Hand as
okay,
well.
you
And it'll-
clear away
okay.
the shrooms that you now see seem to have were already present, but seem to have grown up through this skeletal figure with bits of partially damaged, what looked like it was once plate armor, rusted and fallen away, completely skeletal. Now kind of slightly like fall into the side as you drag the leg out. But yeah, you see what looks to be the remains of what was once a tiefling. The large curled horns kind of spring out from the side of the head, completely skeletal and like slumped in here. No blade that you notice, though. The position you see, like leaned up against the wall, what looks like the arm is like partially covering like an area of the chest around the heart, as if clutching a wound. You pull out and go through, investigate their things, find little more than decayed personal effects, save for a small diamond-shaped vial. Contains a luminous kind of white-gray liquid.
Pip, have you ever encountered anything like this in your studies?
Pip, you would quickly be able to identify this as a potion of invisibility.
Oh. You know, Andor, I've never seen anything like this. Ah, ah, ah. Bad
Oh
joke.
god.
It's a potion.
Turns
of
into a parrot.
ah, ah, ah.
Does that too well.
Sorry.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, it'll make you disappear.
Like, as in kill us, or?
No, like as now you see me, now you don't.
Oh,
Now
okay.
you see me again.
Okay, gotcha.
It's an alright movie.
Who would like it?
Is like, is there any parameters to it? Like, if you attack someone, you bamf back
It's-
in, or is it like you zip on at it? Like, is it like Blink where you leave and you're like invisible, but you're like in a different plane, or?
Potion of invisibility, you are invisible for 1 hour or until you attack or cast a spell.
Basically, the
Yes,
spell.
it's the spell.
Yes. What God said.
You're adventurers, you know what a potion of invisibility is.
Well, I think Zappa should take it. The stealthiest of us all, and you know.
Very good. There you are.
I can, yeah. That will grab it, stow it away.
Should you say stow it or throw it?
Stow it.
Just
Is that yeah, great?
I have kind of a morbid question. Does anyone mind if I take the skull?
right. That is kind of a morbid question. Why?
Yeah, why?
Where else do you get a tiefling skull?
Why?
That's kind of fucked up.
It's a warrior who perished here, likely a member of previous great games.
Then a reminder for the future.
You
mean,
might as well
It's
just
okay.
take it.
It's okay. I don't need it. I could survive without this one.
I'm not gonna stop you, but it's just a little weird.
Pip, take the skull. Take the skull and let's go.
Yes, I
Now you're
suppose.
telling me to take it. I don't want it.
What if we save it as a reward for when we return successful from this battle?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wise. Wise you are, Usarian.
Yes.
Usarian. Utata.
It's like a quiet aside elsewhere. It's like, I'm hoping by the time the battle is over, he'll have forgotten,
I-
or we'll be dead.
Bet-
Because
between,
that will not happen.
between Pip and Zappa now, I'm starting to get worried.
You weren't worried already. I admire your resolve.
I
You see
mean,
Pip-
yeah, go ahead. That was it. That was her statement.
You see Pip now has his luck stone and he's talking to it next to this tiefling skull.
No, I know. We could definitely do that. It could happen.
But how would we pull it off? You hear from the skull. No one else hears any. Pip's talking to the skull. He's gone
Does,
insane.
does it actually happen?
No, I'm fucking with
Okay.
you. Pip's gone crazy.
Pip hears it and goes,
Okay, I need to lay off the giant, the fire giant. Okay. Can we get out of here now?
It's just that guy's ghost down here. It's like, I got one more in me. Someone walk along, please.
Zappa's gonna ask the group if they want him to like kind of scout ahead stealthily and just be like a couple paces ahead of the group.
Just regular stealth or with the invisibility?
Well, I doubt I'll need the invisibility since I have the cloak of elvenkind. It already makes me pretty invisible. But...
Valid. Yeah, if you think you can do it, sure.
Who's your skills?
Okay. And Zappa will start just spearheading the path and stealthily keeping low, keeping to the
Alright.
shadows and looking for traps, anything he can identify
Roll me a stealth
that
check.
would be dangerous. Yep. Advantage, haha. 30.
Shit. All right.
Oh.
The
Oh.
group continues on through this cavern, making their way out of the trench and pressing forward. You come to what seems to be like a large series of coalescing tunnels from other areas of this cavern kind of meeting up, twisting around each other. It's almost like a room of pillars of intersecting hallways, more so than it is like, one giant honeycomb. While that's and you've been traveling for some time, maybe 30 or so minutes. While that sound you had initially heard, Pip, faded. As you emerged into this chamber, all of you can now hear just a very faint, slightly louder, but faint distance kind of. Can't quite place it. Yelling, crying, you're not sure. Can't hear it clear enough. It's like just distant, like vocal noises.
could it be described as moping?
It could, but
Okay.
it's far.
Okay.
Zappa, as you stealth ahead, gaze out through this chamber, you see Amongst the crystalline panels, you see there are some that stand out to you, different in color and shape, almost like quartz, kind of like jagged purple crystals that spring out in certain areas. Make me a perception check, please.
John.
It's okay, that's all you need. Luckily, due to your stealth, you were not noticed. Just as you go to round a corner and scout ahead, a large shape passes through the cavern. You kind of tuck yourself quickly to the wall as what seems to be this fish-shaped creature made of stone and crystal, purple in color, drifting, floating over the ground, just kind of gently making its way through the cave. Twice your size, easily. You wait for a moment and it passes. Though not far off, you see the shape of another one appearing. You get now that there seem to be these strange crystalline fish creatures
Ooh.
propelling themselves through this nexus of hallways. Do you go back and report your findings?
Yes.
You can go back and share this information with the party. Just based on what you found, you wager if the party is quiet enough and takes the right route, you might be able to avoid these creatures.
Example, will propose the stealthier option and see just kind of like if the party thinks that they will be stealthy enough to get through it.
Or worth a shot.
I've got pass without a trace.
Let's go for it. I kind of suck when it comes to stealth, so
I am also not terribly quiet.
Alright, well, I
I
got
am
pass
very
without a
quiet.
trace. I can either let me double check this. I could either make you and Hyserian a little better at sneaking with some enhanceability, or I can just blanket everyone in darkness with pass without a trace.
Or we could fight our way through, if we wish to
Hyserian,
conserve our magics. Yes?
come on. We know about it, like, walk into, like, an even bigger fight than this.
Yes, but you're also proposing that we use other magics for things. It's either we use magic to get around the creatures, or we use magic to kill them.
I'm proposing I use magic to get around them rather than all of us use magic to get around them.
Very well.
I like the pass without a trace idea, but
I
it's up to you,
agree.
Joey. It's your spell, so
It
you
is
decide
true.
how we go.
And we did get a potion of invisibility. I also have invisibility that I can cast on someone if they need it.
You know, I've always wondered if you were to pour a full potion into like little shot cups, each took a little bit. Like, would you get any of it, or you know, this is a theory I've been working on.
Wouldn't like a finger just disappear or something?
Maybe we could try it, but not
Well,
here.
well, I think we should save that potion in case, you know, shit turns sideways with the giant. That way,
I
at least,
concur.
that way, at least one of us can get the weapon if necessary, or escape.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Joey, do your thing.
Joe will cast pass without a trace.
Everyone roll a stealth check for me with your plus 10.
18.
That is not at disadvantage. It just always rolls it because
42.
holy shit.
35.
30.
Effortlessly, the party steadily makes their way through these tunnels, past these creatures. You do note close calls briefly, if not for the passes out of trace. The creatures very well could have seen your various reflections on the crystalline walls and on the reflective watery floor. Though you do manage to avoid them successfully, you do note this flaw in the cave's structure. Hiding from creatures might be particularly difficult. But as you press onward, a distant sound seems to get steadily louder. Do you follow it?
If it's
Mhm.
louder, can we tell if it's like more anguish or if it's the sound of
It is.
battle?
It seems to be a mix of like low moaning and occasional like hiccups of sobbing. Sparse. It's not constant. It's just like every few minutes or now you'll hear just like a low string of it.
Can we tell if it's male, female, or
Probably deep enough to be male.
okay? It's fair.
Yeah,
That's
just
fair.
crying.
You know, if I was a prisoner left alone for all of eternity, I would be upset too.
Sure.
It's probably Ferric.
No, it's probably Ferric.
Probably so.
Well, let's go save his ass.
Zappa will
It's
continue to
been a
spearhead.
while. Are we sure he's savable?
I mean, we're hearing sounds, so
Fair enough.
he's not dead yet.
There's like two things. Either he like went in there, right, balls to the wall, smashed, dead, or he tried to be like sneaky about it. And I still think that's just as bad as him dying, because that's a bit like cowardly, I think, on his behalf.
Didn't we just sneak through a room full of creatures?
Listen, we're not on like the same standard that Ferric holds himself though.
Being rated, by the way.
Hi, Silver Moon.
Ah. Or what if Ferric didn't even come down here?
He just like fucked right on off. You heard of this? He's like, they're gonna ask me for help. I'm just gonna go fight the giants upstairs.
More so, I mean, he took control of that whole other ogre mini giant troop. What if he's gonna try and do the same?
That's possible, but he would have had to go all the way back, yeah?
You think that would stop him?
No, but it gives us more initiative, I suppose.
That's true.
Onward.
As the party continues on. Eventually, it becomes louder, echoing through these tunnels before you single it out to one in particular. You begin to follow it. However, as you pass through this tunnel, you see the various reflections in the crystalline walls around you. You catch glimpses of them, shifting in ways that you are not, turning their heads in directions, looking at you, almost casting mocking faces or looks of disappointment down on you. And you make your way forward, and you see them mouthing movements, looking you in strange ways, your own reflections, almost mocking you, jibing you, casting upon you looks of doubt and fear that you might find within yourself. You now believe you come to understand what Uma might have meant by prison of mind as well as body. Trekking down this tunnel, numerous anxieties and concerns start to just kind of spring up in your mind as you continue to look at these reflections. Are you strong enough for this? What if you have to run? Are you capable enough? Will I live up to my family's honor? Will I do what Pops needs me to do? Will I overcome this armor? Pressing onward.
Will my mustache get cut off?
Mm.
Will I restore my family's name? will I reclaim the memories of my friends. These various worries continue to swell within you. I'd like everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw, please. Close enough to Maria to receive that bonus.
All right.
I will prep a flash of genius if I see someone feels like suddenly going nuts. I'm gonna go over.
You're all kind of steadily getting a little more paranoid, a little more nervous as you progress down this tunnel, simply due to the feelings that these reflections seem to be giving off towards you. You can tell it's unnatural. It feels unnatural, and it's almost like a sudden mood swing that starts overcoming. And do you give a flash of genius to anyone?
I will give it to Zappa.
Okay. How much is that?
It's +5.
5. All right. So, Zappa. Though Pip tries to ease your concerns, what if one of your other siblings should have been sent here? Why haven't you been getting food from Pops? Mary left so quickly. What if she ditched you? These concerns and worries, not letting your mind focus on the task at hand. Andor, you haven't heard from your family in so long. Father, no. Is he disappointed? Is he excited? What if you're not doing enough? Maria. Oh, actually, I was not accounting for the bonus that Maria gave to saving throws.
Plus
already.
4. Plus 4.
Yeah. Okay. Andor and Zappa, ignore everything I just said. Proceed.
Oh, my father loves me so much. It's fine.
Damn it.
Pops wouldn't leave you
Damn you,
behind.
Maria.
I will say Maria's that's already with the +4, so
I know. Yeah,
If I
Maria
fail-
does fail.
yeah.
Just barely. Will I succumb to this armor again? Will I kill my friends? Will I ever figure out what happens that night? These worries and tensions, will I make it out of here alive? Asurian seems to be sharing similar concerns. Stealing himself, but the first time you actually see the nervousness show on his face. The two of you will have disadvantage on initiative rolls for the next hour.
Ooh.
But, continuing forward, doing your best to shrug past these mental jabs, you hear gut.
No, as we're going down, and there's like this obvious tension, and everyone is just like super anxious, and Joey's feeling super anxious. You're just kind of like really quietly like, "Oh baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river." Just quietly as we're all heading down.
And that song is accompanied by this distant and just like this low, like guttural, ugly sob and moan. It seems to be getting steadily louder.
It's a
Till
long
eventually-
way down to the bottom of the river.
Though your light does not cascade far enough forward, you do see, through the motes of light gifted by the mushrooms, a chamber seems to open up a bit wider. As your group traverses downward, you see that there is one last kind of large patch of shifted stone where this still water does not lie before it seems to submerge into a pool again. And carries on to a chamber beyond which that sound is present. Incredibly loud. The low, guttural sobbing. How does the group wish to proceed? You have a sense that some kind of sizable chamber lies before you.
I'd rather go in as a group, but information is always useful. I don't know if you want to go first, Zappa.
Yeah, I can stealth forward and take a note.
don't be heroes. if things look bad, call us and we'll come running.
Mm-hmm. Zappa will stealth ahead, just to
Okay.
the edge of the chamber. Take note.
Go ahead and roll stealth check.
Mm-hmm. 28.
As you get close to where this, this slope ends and the water begins to lead into this chamber, how do you proceed? Are you stepping quietly on the water? Are you trying to avoid it?
What if I were to try and avoid it? What would the path look like?
You'd have to jump from areas of stalactites and loose stone,
Oh,
hoping
perfect.
not land upon it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're
we'll
quite
jump-
skilled in that manner.
Yeah, we'll jump from one to the other.
You make me an acrobatics check, please.
Mm-hmm.
Just as you spring your way along.
18.
As you get to the very edge of this chamber, and you see now the shards of crystalline glass, now much larger, almost like a geometric dome of a chamber, where dozens of reflections bounce off of each other. These little motes of light produced by the fungi multiplied tenfold, almost cascading the entire chamber in a dull green glow. The center of the chamber echoes that deep, low, sobbing sound. You see amongst the massive pool of still, perfectly reflective water. From its center rises a large, kind of jagged stone, natural form, kind of stone pedestal. Scattered around the chamber, partially sticking up from the water, you see bones, broken, scattered, massive, much too massive for any mortal human. Ancient weapons lie partially embedded in stone, wedged in the water. Scattered throughout these chambers are these large, almost ooze-like bubbles that seem to pulse and shift slightly around the chamber. And in the center, amongst a pile of discarded armors and weapons, you see a massive humanoid figure, legs crossed, sat and hunched over the edge of this large risen stone, hands kind of held in the face, away from you, deeply sobbing. The skin, this kind of warped, twisted, lumpy, like a horrid case of the mumps, with this deep, pale purple coloration. A mane of greasy, tangled black hair kind of comes down over the shoulders. The figure does not seem to notice you.
Okay.
I'll show you the chamber.
This is where the fun begins.
Now this is pod racing.
You, Zappa, are about down here, the bottom left.
We came in here.
Though you're still a little ways back.
I'm just gonna put token just
Yeah,
to
you go ahead and
get
put
an
him on the
idea.
table. Bottom left, Zappa, if you need to place yourself.
Yeah, I will. Mark that down.
And though it is not exact, I can show you the figure you see. Large,
And nasty.
purple in coloration, large kind of hunched shoulder on one of its arms. You don't currently see its face. The face is not exactly what it looks like.
And have these been described?
Of what been described. Yes, these are the large, pulsating, like ooze-like substances that seem kind of sit in the water.
Okay.
Ugh.
And do these skeletons look like they've been? You said the bones were like destroyed, correct?
It looks like they were slain, like
Slain.
areas of injury.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
I'll say they're all also clean.
And does it look like There's a lot of fungus in this area. Does it look like fungus has touched them at all? Or decomposition has happened? Or does it look like they've been stripped of flesh and not been allowed to
Make a
grow
perception
in?
check.
Yep.
See what you say.
Mm-hmm. And it's perception.
And this is
That
just
was
for good luck.
performance. That was. It's still a +2.
As your eyes gaze around the chamber, you see there is no sign of skin clinging to these bones. You even see areas where bones have been broken off. You see a bit of bone in another place. You see jagged slash marks, almost like gnawing on areas of the bone. You'd wager that these giant corpses were feasted off of. The massive figure, still in the center of the chamber, this stone platform about 40 feet up, heavily retching and sobbing into its hands.
Okay. Zappa will make note of all of this and just try to stealth his way back to the.
Make me one more stealth check, please. Yes. Eventually, after just a few moments too long, you begin to push forward. Zappa returns.
Okay. Zappa will relay everything you just saw. That it was not in fact fairy. It is a much more horrifying creature. The basically this oozing bubbles, the skeletal remains being not only of slain foes but also being feasted on.
Oh.
Ask how we want to proceed in terms of tactically.
Well, that prophecy, I guess you can call it, did mention sunlight. I mean, I can throw in a daylight spell, but if it doesn't work, you guys are gonna have to back me up.
Maria, we're always going to be here to back you up.
If not,
Well.
we will be backing up.
With you at the same time to get together.
Yes.
I was
retreat.
gonna
Yes,
say,
right.
don't leave me down there. I'm kind of a badass, but there's only so much I can do.
One quick question before we go in.
Pip holds up 2 diamonds.
Only got 2. Let's not all kill ourselves, yes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not sure it's us we have to worry about.
I like
I
the confidence.
was making a joke, but yes,
Varric is
let's
probably
not
dead.
die.
You're right. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So,
Super dead.
So plan of attack is Maria daylights. Are we just launching, or are we gonna try and talk?
I'm gonna try and talk.
Are we? I
But-
thought his mother spoke very clearly of his mind being in shambles. There's not much left to save, is there?
You never know. We can try it.
So
It's up to you guys. I mean, that's what I had in mind, but we're a team here.
I like the talk.
I mean,
Basically, if shit goes south, you guys just unload on him.
If shit goes south, you release that daylight. We will all know that as the signal.
Well,
we might
yeah,
want to
sure.
keep the daylight because Andor can't see in the dark.
It is dim
I can see
light,
in the
but enough
dark.
for him to see in the chamber.
I can see in magical and non-magical darkness.
Okay. Someone couldn't see in the dark at some point in time.
No, Joey, when we first met, made a rather racist offhand remark about me being a human.
Oh,
Besides,
I thought you let that go. I apologized. I'm sorry.
Oh, Joe, no, it's fine. I forgive you. I did. I have. You're okay.
ASMR are, in essence, human, just with a small addition of divine blood.
Well, I'm like half human.
Wait.
Because,
Wait,
I'm a clone of a half elf.
Sorry, you're what? No, I'm not. Nope. Never mind.
Did she travel with
later.
my dad? How did that not get brought up at any point?
He informed me he had an adopted son.
See, that was
the cloning
adopted?
part is new. Well,
Oh, Joey, I'm so
adopted
sorry.
you.
No, it's fine.
I
Maybe we
the
discuss
cloning
this
the
after
cloning
we've
part
slain
is
the
like
demigod.
was it like yeah, you're right. Let's just stop asking questions. Sorry. Spoke very highly of you.
And I was just
Alright.
gonna rub Joey on the back.
Thanks, mate.
But Andor, can you see in darkness?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
You
How many
see
fingers am
Pip
I holding
pull
up?
out a notebook and cross something off, puts it away.
How many fingers? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at you when you did
Yes, because you couldn't see in the dark.
that.
There is no need to lie, Andor. We all have our flaws.
Kill
Oh, you're right, Julian.
let's
As a
get back to
champion of
this guy.
Feldare, I need to be more honest.
Hey. So, Maria goes in, starts a conversation at the first sign of something bad. You're gonna daylight, or do you want to do something else now?
Probably cast daylight no matter what, because
Okay.
that's part of the prophecy. But just keep an eye on me. If I draw my sword, that's a signal.
Here.
And Pip holds out a rock to you.
Okay, Maria's gonna take it.
You know
Maria,
what to do with this, yes?
No.
We have to cast daylight onto something.
Oh, is that how this works? Okay, I
I
didn't read
believe
spell.
there's an object you have to cast it on.
Let me check. I thought it was just a.
Because the only reason I know this is because in a different campaign, I had to do the same thing, but I used a button.
I think
Spreads out
That
from
was daylight.
says from a point that you choose within range. The
Was it
sphere.
not an object?
That might be light.
If
Yeah,
you
there's-
choose a point on an object you are holding or one that isn't being worn or carried, the light shines from the object.
you can do either.
So yeah, I can do either.
That's cool. I learned something about a spell tonight.
Also, those big, gross orb things down there. I don't like them, so keep an eye on those too.
You want to drink the potion before you went out there. It just saves you having to drink it on the reactive.
You know what? Yeah, let's go for it. And Maria's gonna down the potion of growth.
okay. So
Maria turns into a kaiju.
It does put you on a better field, though, of now a giant has walked into a chamber instead of a small person in black armor. Okay, now a giant person. Well, not giant, but large.
I'm gonna go down there. He doesn't speak common.
And Zappa is going to stealth up with Maria, but stay up at the crux to just be ready for stuff to go down.
with your previous roll, I'll allow it. Go ahead and roll a d4 for me, Maria.
Okie dokie. Lasts for 4 hours. Consult a doctor. That is a 1.
Okay. As you down this potion, you feel a warmth rise in your body as your form swells into space to double in size. You are under the enlarge effect for 1 hour.
Okay.
Just keep in mind that is a d4 to damage rolls,
Mm.
among other things. So, with Maria's
And,
enlarged form, go ahead.
One more thing.
Oh, and Joey, make sure you check your right hip, your pocket.
Right now? Did I like shit my pants? What was in?
You feel a vial.
Oh, I'm not the only one.
Like you feel a container. Oh God. Pip winks at you, and he puts himself on a rock, preparing.
Did you just show your feet on stream, Chris?
What?
Ooh.
God, I hope not.
Well,
This is
One
not the
sec.
drink I meant to grab.
there
no.
you go.
I was too concerned
No.
with being in and out, so my fucking rear end wasn't on the camera. Sick fucks. I'll kill you all tonight, so help me God.
You come back
No
in
way.
this too.
I'm watching stream. You did not show your feet, Chris. You're okay.
Okay.
I did, however, so
I'll still do it.
everyone enjoy that.
All
Kill
right.
you, not show.
Now I'm ready.
So now that the mood has been set. Maria, what do you do?
Yeah, Maria. Once everyone's in position, Maria's gonna step over and hop down.
Hmm?
Does the giant react at all as soon as I touch down?
As you disturb the water, and the splash kind of slightly echoes through the chamber, and the ripple seems to cascade, rippling through the entire chamber, disturbing the reflective pool. You see the form of this figure, hands in its face, though staring down off of this pedestal, almost as if into the water. That low kind of it's like this low, wretched, ugly cry. Seems to almost stop for a moment. The hands kind of part slightly as the head rears up. And as the fingers split, a large, singular, almost swollen yellow eye, creased down the middle, seems to stare out through the hands in your direction. Too large for the head as it seems to swerve on its own towards you. The sobbing kind of stops. It takes note of you, certainly. Seems to quietly utter something to itself. Kind of stands up. And you see now the horrid mutated hunch, kind of like one of the shoulders is much larger than the other, though both the arms still huge and muscular. Large torso, but it seems to narrow much to the waist, and you can even see like the bones of the hips before it kind of cascades into like a pair of large legs. It's almost like the worst hourglass figure.
Oh no!
As the figure kind of stands, like one of the hands kind of clutches on one of these large stalagmites next to it. This guttural voice with this kind of dribbling drool kind of spits out of his mouth as it talks. In common, much to your surprise.
The brother or sister, but who knows to be a human. What do we have here?
And as the head turns, the scraggly black hair, you see the eye is swollen up out of the face. The other eye, almost like kind of opposite, kind of swollen shut, as the singular kind of bloodshot gaze looks over you intensely.
Maria's gonna hold her action if he takes any hostile acts towards me with for daylight, and she's gonna take a step forward and whoops.
I
Okay.
mean that I didn't realize that turn order was still up.
Don't worry about
Ignore
it. It didn't show anything, so don't worry.
Okay.
Maria's gonna hold her action for daylight and look to him and be like, "I'm not here to hurt you. As a matter of fact, I mean you no harm." I'm sorry, what was that?
He said that's lie.
Oh.
As you step out, you notice amongst all the large panels that seem to reflect portions of this room, no matter where this creature faces in the reflections, all the eyes are looking at you.
Okay. She looks to him, takes another step forward.
Why such a morsel come here? You wish to slay Ungath too?
Quite the opposite, actually. If possible, I'd rather not fight you at all. I'm here to help you if I can.
They all come to help. But I'm so hungry. It's been so long.
Kind
I-
of stands. You notice while one arm is perched in this stalactite, the other arm is just kind of hung back, and you can't see where it is or what it has.
Of course. Takes another step forward. I know what it's like to be angry all the time. And
As you step next to this large oozy bubble, but as you go to speak, it seems to like lurch in your direction.
oh no. Takes a step away from that. I know what it's like to be angry all the time, and I know how hellish it can be. And having someone else like that is admittedly it's a little comforting, but I know exactly what it's like, and if I can help somebody not experience that anymore, I'll do everything I can.
The face kind of takes off and just kind of the hand comes off the stone and it comes to the face. Just kind of starts moaning for it's this loud cacophonous laughter that you can all hear. The mouth, toothy, jagged, darkened, gray-black teeth spread out wide.
Yes, you're the first human to come here.
You see, like this, like kind of slaver sucking up some of this growing saliva around it.
Help, but I'm too hungry. Oh, yeah, more.
That last part I didn't
But
catch at
are
all.
there more of you? You see the eye now starts kind of darting around the room. Can you make me one more stealth check, Zappa?
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for Zappa's still check.
29.
Okay.
I
Roll.
have friends, but trust me, we don't mean to harm you if we can avoid it.
As the eye shifts from you to the right with his natural 20.
Oh no.
Okay, wait. So, yeah, I don't think it would work even if. Because I have a side bolstered knack. If you fail an ability check using a skill or tool which you have proficiency, you can roll a psionic die and add the number rolled to the check. If it can potentially turn a failure into a success. But if it's a nat 20, I don't think you
Yeah,
can.
so in this space, and you realize that, but as you're like standing in this position, your eye's gonna dart to the right, and there's a mirror panel on the other side of the cavern that shows you in it that he like kind of looked at, saw back at you.
So there are more morsels here. Human flesh tastes so bitter. I wonder what you taste like.
The other hand kind of wrenches something out of the stone. You see part of it, the rubble kind of scatters outward as it kind of sets looks to be a massive axe down in front of it. Ornate make, kind of darkened iron and silver with lattice of gold in the center. And in the very center of the axe, you see the design seems to meld around this large orange crystalline eye.
Ruh-roh.
Roll.
And on that note,
Ooh.
I'd like everyone to roll me initiative, please.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Maria, you have disadvantage.
Yes.
Ah,
And my daylight spell would also pop off.
describe how does your daylight erupt into the chamber?
The entire time Maria was kind of like clenching one fist, just kind of like charging like energy in it. And as soon as he brings out the axe, she just kind of flings it and sends it, for the most part, right here, I'd say. Well, it's 60 feet, so Yeah, that should be right here, just to kind of like blind him, if possible, from the mirror panels. Like, so the light is
Flashbang.
reflecting off. Yeah, essentially a flashbang.
Okay. Gonna roll. See if he be blinded by that. However, with Zap and Maria so close in the chamber, you guys also roll me some con saves, please.
Mhm.
As there is a sudden eruption of light in the chamber, and you see he kind of like covers himself just in surprise.
That's a natural one.
Could I argue Maria was anticipating it?
Sure, I'll allow it. Do you close your eyes, Maria?
Yeah, Maria would close her eyes instinctively.
It's fine. So, for the first round of combat, Ungath is blinded. The rest of you hear this laughter and the crashing sound, and a sudden eruption of light from inside the chamber. Okay. A sudden eruption of light from inside the chamber as the figure closing its eyes. So, Zappa, you are the first. What would you like to do?
I believe I'm in range.
He is 40 feet up, so that would add a little bit of distance if you're measuring straight
Okay.
line.
I am, and the range is 60 feet. So yeah, I'd have to get closer. Are these stalactites? What are we looking like in terms of density to get in between them?
You could get in between them. There, any areas with the stalagmites would be difficult terrain, but they could also provide cover, half
Yeah.
cover.
So Zappa will go ahead and move here with a. Let me see. Make sure that was the right spot. It's right here. One up. So Zappa's gonna do a run and jump to over here, and then from here, I believe I should be in range. Yeah. That'll be 2 psychic daggers.
Okay.
So
Creature is currently blind, so you do have advantage.
23 to hit,
23 hits.
and that will be neck attack, which I always forget is 46. 4, 6. So 8 psychic and 14 on sneak, and then the second one will be offhand,
Hits.
another 8 psychic damage.
As your psychic bolts shoot out into this creature, normally you feel them kind of take hold and pierce through the creature's mind, though in this instance it almost seems dissipated as the creature's fractured state shrugs off a portion of this psychic damage.
Mhm.
Right. At the end of your turn, as you rush into the chamber, the mixture of sobbing and laughing, with the free hand, you watch amongst this collection of partially broken weapons and hammers, Ungath reaches down and pulls out what seems to be one that is largely intact. And as you rush towards the other side of the room to get towards these stalagmites, and sorry, was that the end of your turn? I realized you could have done more if you wished. Got ahead of myself.
I think that's it.
Okay. As you continue to rush along, you hear this low grumble as from the top of this pedestal, he hurls a hammer down towards you. 28 hit.
A 28 does hit.
Can you make me a strength saving throw, please?
Yes.
No, please don't move the entire map. Stop.
It's a
Just want to move the fucking hammer. right,
You know,
you.
Chris, there's some days where I just want to move the hammer too.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I just figured I would say it because it was in my head.
Oh, low roll. All right, Zappa, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone as the hammer.
Uncanny dodge that.
What's that? All right,
I said I
uncanny
will.
dodge.
Yep.
Right on. The hammer slams in the ground. The water scatters up in a splash upwards. You were thrown back by the force of it as it connects to you. On the next turn, initiative count 20. You watch as this large gelatinous blob, initially lurching towards Maria, you now see it shift across.
Oh no.
Doesn't seem fast. It seems to only just move, like, just to get next to you, before it seems to erupts in a massive pop of this deeping, dark black purple liquid that scatters out in the area around. Can you make me a Constitution save, please?
13.
As a failure, you take 4 points of poison damage
Mm-hmm.
and are poisoned till the end of your next turn.
And what does that do specifically again?
Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay.
And as that oozy bubble pops, you see in its center twisted, darkened purple flesh. Rows of eyes and teeth merged together that seems to just kind of surge and gurgle forth. There is now a mass of fleshy tooth and eyes before you that has burst out from this bubble. Elsewhere, you see the other bubbles in the chamber seem to begin to shift in your direction, Maria. Or just closer in general. We're coming up on Pip. The sounds of battle erupt in the chamber before you. We can say you guys are where you are on the map, as you are rushing into this at the sound of the sunlight.
Pip is going to press on forward. Can I climb up on this rock?
Yeah, you could. You rush into the chamber for the first time, seeing this 20-foot twisted monstrosity of a giant before you.
Oh, what a beastie. Okay.
Seeing this spout of goo go off, I will shoot a infiltrator armor charge at it.
All right.
At the one accosting Zappa.
Sure thing.
Shoot. 20 to hit.
20 hits.
Nice. 10 lightning damage plus, what is it? I think it's a d6. Oh, I didn't have it open. Shit. I thought something else was going to happen. It did not. It's an extra d6. With an extra 5 points. of
All
lightning
right.
damage.
So the lightning arcs out, the form kind of like recoils before reforming. You see the areas of the water around as it seems to mutter, groan, and babble, much like the noise you heard before, but more contorted, shifted together. The watery areas around it seems to almost churn and bubble as its noises seem to warp the area around it. Does take the damage. Is that your turn? Actually, you get 2 attacks.
I do? At this level?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Many
I've
levels
had
ago.
this-
Level 5, in fact.
I do. Okay. Sneeze. Sneeze.
Lightning jolts out from your
Same one.
your nose as you sneeze.
Yeah.
for it.
Second one, same one. 23
8 more points of lightning. All right.
for an extra 8.
All right. Is that your turn, Pip? Alright, Joey, what would you like to do? Oh yeah, let me get fucking Asurian in here.
Assyrian!
Yeah, that works out. He's going at the bottom of initiative anyway.
Fantastic.
Poor man's at disadvantage. It was a natural 20 and a 3.
Oh no.
Oh,
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Just now catching up.
Things should be.
Yeah, am I good?
Yeah.
All good.
Okay. Joey, from right here, can you see the thing next to Zappa?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
This massive flesh and teeth, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and be a little quirky and cast Moonbeam on it.
I got you. But
Very quirky. I've never seen something so quirky.
isn't it just a one tile?
It is. I rolled the damage for Moonbeam. I wanted to post it, but that's okay.
There you go. You have control over that moonbeam.
Okay, so this is when a creature enters the spell area for the first time, and on a turn, first time on a turn or starts its turn there.
Yes.
So
You putting it on them is not entering it. They have to
Yeah.
move into it. So when it starts its turn, it will.
take the damage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
It's a damage.
wow. I will use my bonus action to just cast Shillelagh on my staff. And that will be my turn.
Yeah. The end of your turn. Going to use 2 legendary actions. As you encounter this initial burst of flesh, the figure seems to laugh before he seems to. You see this bulge form in his stomach up to the chest. It seems to bulge out through his throat before he just hawks, and a massive glob of gelatinous substance just appears beneath him as he spits it out to the cavern beneath.
Very nice.
Starting off, Maria, it is your turn now.
All right. You said this is 40 feet up, correct?
Yes, though there are paths that lead up to it.
Okay. None of which are super close. Okay, not a problem. 5, 10. Yeah. Maria is going to attack the gooey boy.
All right. You do have advantage.
Sir.
Oh, actually, apologies. As you start your turn, could you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Sure. Roll 20 is being weird.
Sure. Yeah.
There we
Blame
go.
it on roll 20. Okay, you're fine.
Okay.
As you rush forward, the moaning, it gets to you. Those same fears and worries, almost surge up in you unexpectedly and threaten to overcome you, but you easily shrug it off.
And
Seems
chop,
that being close to these creatures causes a myriad of unpleasant effects. The area you're in is now also difficult terrain.
oh boy. Yeah, we're just gonna chop. 24.
Yeah, hits.
And
Wanna move this
D4
moonbeam?
D4 for the enlarge.
Yep.
Roll, please. Rolling the
No.
dice. Come on. You can do it. Roll 20. Oh my god. Why is it not rolling?
Said no.
Roll my dice. Roll my dice.
There it goes. Okay. Plus 2 more damage.
I doubt
13.
roll it out.
13 damage. You bring your blade up to bear and slash into this amorphous blob, cutting into it. More of that black ooze emits from its form. It's still alive.
Okay. Second attack.
Go for it. Hits.
Yeah. And another D4. It's gonna take forever again. Cool. I'll refresh after this. That fixes it. 14 damage.
14. All right, that is okay. It's looking very, very heavily damaged as you just begin hacking into it, but it seems to almost reform as fast as you cut into it.
All And yeah, that'll be the rest of her turn.
Okay. Now Ungeth's turn. So he kind of shakes away the dazzling light that he had received. Kind of looks around, and as he kind of stares, looks past you, Maria, kind of looks down the hall, and makes eye contact briefly with you, Pip, and you, Joey.
So many humans to feast on today.
And with a deep inhale, he lets out this low, just low screech that echoes out throughout the cavern before he leaps down. Fast is he, actually? Off this pedestal, the ground shakes as the water crashes outward, scattering around. Yeah, he's gonna land right next to you, Maria. Towering over even your enlarged form as he looks down at you, the one large eye. And as he stares directly at you, can you make me a... Oh, you're good at these. That's all right. Can you make me a charisma saving throw, please?
Ooh. Toggle up to normal.
Boss fight.
Natural
boss
20.
Fight, boss
Oh,
fight.
all right.
Let's go.
You feel your mind suddenly overcome and overwhelm the rage, the hunger, the panic that just exudes through you as he seems to almost channel his suffering into you. You take half, that is 18 points of psychic damage. That's a high roll on that one. And you watch as Ungath raises the axe with one arm first before gripping it with the second. And just not really of a swing, he just kind of throws his whole body into it. Oh, low roll, 14.
Nope.
And then a 30.
Yeah, just barely hits.
That is going to be 31 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, that's a lot.
As you just... And you hold your sword up and it just clangs off, it clashes into the armor, a scattering of blood into the water around. And that will be his turn, this massive creature just now leaping down into the fray. Andor, you are up.
Andor can just make it to the precipice of the cavern. And from here... You know what? He's going to dash. Yes.
Now-
He'll get right up next.
Chris, you had mentioned earlier difficult terrain. I just want to clarify what is the difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain is the stalagmites that are also half cover, and anywhere within 10 feet of the gibbering mass of sorrow.
Disgusting.
Me
He will then-
worried that it was a... Yeah. Go. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
You're good.
No worries. I paused for a reason I want to hear what you had to say.
I'll put an aura on it when they pop up for difficult terrain purposes.
And we'll dash closer, and that'll be his turn. Actually, you know what? He's going to bonus action Hex the creature.
Nice.
Okay, gonna hex. What ability are you hexing?
It doesn't do saving throws. It's just like
Ability checks.
ability checks. I'll do strength then.
Okay. All right, as you rush forward, getting next to this creature, seemingly currently affixed on Maria. Next it is the Surian's turn. Gonna rush forward.
Let's go, Huzurian.
Cannot reach. But as he rushes forward with the two hammers out, as he just goes full like, "Ah!" just like yelling a charge, and with the one hammer, you see the radiant light begins to glow, and he swings and like throws not the hammer, but instead a bolt of light off of it towards this creature.
Nice.
Oh, only a 14, as it impacts and just seems to gave off of the creature. The eye turns to him. He's like, "We do not fear you, terrible creature!" As he's like, you see the water rippling from the quaking of his boots. But he's prepared to face this creature. As the round begins, Ungeth gets his legendary actions back. Zappa, you are first. Can you roll me a wisdom save, please, as this
Yes, I can.
entity of sorrow and madness calls out to you? But you pass.
I will throw. Okay, never mind.
No go?
No, I know the answer already.
Nothing.
I was gonna throw
No,
a.
I'm fucking you good. I'm fucking with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Zappa will stand up, bringing him down to 15 feet.
Mhm.
He'll use his bonus action to disengage.
Okay.
And then I can move one tile into this. Move there.
All right.
And then as an action, I'm going to hide.
Okay.
And that
Make a
would
stealth
just
check.
be a normal roll, right? Because of the poison.
Yes. The poison does go away at the end of your turn.
32.
All right. Yeah. You kind of just get up and crawl away and duck yourself into this space.
Just imagine Zappa like lurching onto one of them and looking out.
Let me check.
That will end Zappa's turn.
All right. Okay. Initiative count 20. He's going to use a layer action. I need Maria and Andor, as well as Husurian, to make me Constitution saving throws, please.
Does it take the sunbeam damage before that? Or
Yes, this one would take the. This is a layer action, so it's not this creature, but yes, it does
Okay,
take
yeah.
the moonbeam damage if you want to roll that, Joey.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to re-roll that.
It needs to make a con. I think it's a con.
It
save.
fails.
Oh.
Natural 8. No bonuses it have. We'll save it.
Roll. 12 radiant damage.
All right. So it seems to writhe as it cooks in this light.
So we jiggle it.
Okay. Husurian. Husurian also failed. So, Andor, you watch as you feel your reflection dissipate in the water beneath you, and your feet almost sink into it like mud before you kind of jump back and pull out. Maria and Husurian, you are both plucked through the floor. Elsewhere in the chamber,
God.
one of these large ooze-like bubbles erupts open as Maria is transported to it.
Ooh.
Not far off, the Surian is also transported to one.
Oh no, Andor! This happens every time.
Maria, you take 4 points of poison damage and are poisoned till the end of your next turn.
I take half of that because of the armor.
Right on. So as you both just feel yourselves like pushed violently through the stinging pain, you erupt out, scattered in purpley goo. It's terrible. As just as the other blobs seem to shift. $10 feet. Okay. And oh yeah, and then there's the actual creature itself. So I would say Zappa, the Ungath is not aware of you, but this gibbering creature that you just fled from would be, because you just stepped away from it and head in stalagmites. So actually no, Pip has just been electrocuting the shit out of it.
Who, me? I never.
Seems to drift closer to you. Not quite fast enough to get close. However, you watch as it gets closer, it seems to spatter this inky blue ooze towards you. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
15.
15. You just succeed as it seems to spat this inky substance at you that clings to your face and threatens to blind you.
It's a fucking
now your turn.
dinosaur. Okay, I have to get this off because if not, it will be bad. The axe that he's holding, it is made of metal.
It does seem to be made of metal.
Heat metal, baby! Let's go!
Yeah.
Yes. So that happens.
Oh, my apologies. Can you make me a wisdom saving throw? For starting in proximity to this lovely gentleman. Forgot to do it at the start of your turn.
Natural one. I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll that.
Okay.
For
Okay, you're
21
fine.
Total.
Right on. Just as you are nearly overcome and your mind begins to spin, you push through and shrug it off.
Okay. And then heat metal. I have no bonus action, so I'm gonna drop off behind the rock and try and like nestle into this little corner and get low.
Okay. Concentrating on heat metals, it begins to glow red hot. Does it happen when you cast the spell?
I was just reading it when I had to roll.
When you cast the spell,
wisdom.
yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll. Oh, you already got it. 11 fire
So
damage.
it's
Right on.
It's a con save.
Mm, 16, so fails. Does not drop it.
Okay. Then they will have disadvantage
aware.
on attack rolls. Okay.
Fear not. I'm familiar with heat metal. She'll pay. Alright, is that your turn, Pip? The weapon begins to glow red hot and seems to sting his hand, but he kind of grunts through it and continues clutching the blade.
From Ando's perspective, this monster has a flame tongue axe. It's not looking good.
It actually isn't looking good, as it is going to use 2 legendary actions. As the blade heats, you see the eye look over towards you, Pip. Can you make me a charisma saving throw, please?
Even if I'm trying to hide from it? Like, I'm not hiding, but using the rock as cover.
Fair, but it can still see you. You're not concealed from it.
That's
It just
fair.
has to be able to see you.
Okay. What was the check? Charisma?
Charisma, please.
21.
Okay, you succeed. As you feel again this surge of emotions and this retching sickness in your stomach, you take half of.
That crystal man took my mustache cap. They're gonna take my mustache.
You take 15 points of psychic damage. And can I get a concentration check, please?
advantage. I haven't done a concentration check. What's the check? Intelligence?
Con save.
Con save. 1 and 2. Ooh, it's 11 total.
Yeah, you're fine.
Damn. Okay.
All right. Joey, it is your turn. Remind me what
Okay.
you're concentrating on? Oh yeah, Moonbeam. Never mind.
Heat metal. Oh, no.
Well, with everyone being moved away, Moonbeam's not looking like the vibe at the moment. So we're gonna go
You
for
can move Moonbeam, can't you?
it's an action to move it.
Ooh,
And there's
okay.
there's nothing between me.
Yeah.
New thing.
New thing.
There's
Just
moon
need to
thing.
check something. Yeah, I'm gonna use conjure animals. And we're gonna go with the trusted let me double check the number. 1/4, 8 snakes.
Whereabouts are you placing them? Has to be a spot you can see, and your vision is somewhat narrow.
Yeah. Just double checking the range.
And you have a character sheet for that still.
I do. Yeah. Okay. How many was it? 8?
Mhm.
Alright, so these don't have the right picture, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Hmm. 8.
Can you go ahead and roll initiative for those, please?
Yeah.
Not each.
Each one.
They
No.
all have different initiatives.
Can I do this? I think you have to add them. Do they have a bonus? I don't know.
It'll be their dex
Pull up their
mod
stats.
one.
Giant snake. Their initiative is +4, so 10.
10. All right. Okay. So as Moonbeam fades and a cluster of snakes erupt from the water around.
Uh-huh.
What else would you like to do, Joe?
Bonus action. What can I do? Nothing much. Disengage dash. You know, I'm just gonna hang over here. I'm just gonna hang over here, and that'll be my turn.
All right. The end of your turn. No, never mind. Maria, it is your turn. What would you like to do? You've just
Okay.
erupted on the opposite side of the chamber.
Maria was thinking about Mercy, but now she's pissed, so she's gonna use her action to put all 40 points of lay on hands into her.
Okay.
And would I be able to move through here without it being difficult terrain, or would I have to go around?
No, no, you're large. You'd be squeezed between the part where the ramp goes up and the actual stalagmites.
Okay,
You'd have
gotcha.
to go around.
All right, not a problem. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. And that's all she can do for now.
All right. Now Ungath's turn. There's suddenly snakes everywhere.
And snakes. It's like Benny and the Jets.
I would
with
love
music.
if they have snake bodies and then this head.
Terrible. Okay. He's going to use his full action as you watch all these snakes writhe around on the ground near him. He seems to wind up the axe with one deep swing. He seems to start thrashing it around at the ground everywhere recklessly. I'm going to need dexterity saving throws from Andor and every snake.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dick saves?
Yes. How much health do they have each?
11. Can I roll dex
Okay.
saves from the character sheet? I don't think so.
Totally can. The
From
NPC
D&D
sheet?
Beyond?
No, from the sheet you have in Roll20.
I don't think the sheet on Roll20 has their stats. So I'll just...
Well, that's on you.
Okay. And then...
I'm being like,
Oh my
their-
god, 2 natural 20s?
Is it just their dex bonus?
Yes.
they don't have
Plus-
save.
4. So 19,
So the
20,
lowest is a
18,
14.
14,
Okay.
20. So I would
That
say probably
is-
left to right.
Okay. That is 31 points of damage total, half on success, though I don't think they can still survive.
No, they can't.
But that ability is on a recharge, so the ravenous thrashing as he just starts flailing the axe around wildly. Andor, you also save, so you take 15 points of slashing damage. But after the splashing of water in every direction, I don't know which one is the initiative snake. That's the initiative snake.
Perish initiative snake.
Many of the snakes are thrashed and cut down, weaker foes. But that is, for now, the use of his ravenous thrashing ability, as he seems to kind of take a deep breath after exerting himself in such a manner. He will not move. Now Snake's turn.
Okay.
I need each of them to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
3d20. Wisdom. Plus 0.
DC. Okay, so
4, 18, 5.
two of them fail, so they fall under the effect of this anomalous creature's gibbering. They can't take reactions till the start of their next turn. And can you roll me a d8 for the two that failed?
So 2d8.
So,
Did it not roll? Oh,
okay.
no, it did.
No, it rolled.
Sorry. Ignore the bottom one.
Wow.
Okay. So, it's happening simultaneously. We'll just do one at a time. So, for the 5, creature takes no action or bonus action and uses all of its movement to move in a randomly determined direction.
Confusion.
Okay.
It goes right as far as its regular movement will take it.
30 feet.
Got you.
Unless this is like, was this be like water? Because they have a swim speed of 30 feet too. I guess it's 30
It's
no matter
not
what.
swimmable. It's a couple inches. It's
Okay.
not
It's also-
swimmable water.
It's also in difficult terrain.
Oh, yeah, it's true. 10, 20, 30. Okay. The Mouther would take an attack of opportunity. What is its AC?
14.
16. Wow, that bite does more damage than I thought it did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Chris
Takes
rolls a
19
fucking...
points of piercing damage. As it tries to slither away, the mouth just bites it and just slurps it up like a spaghetti noodle.
Oh.
Forbidden noodle.
And on the 7, creature makes a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within its reach. So, evens the Mouther, odds the other snake.
You want to roll?
Evens. It attacks the...
Oh.
I did. It attacks the gibbering Mouther.
Okay. So then just its normal attack.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Roll. 10.
Hits.
And then it needs to make a Constitution saving throw for the poison. Unless it's, I don't know if it's resistant to poison or anything.
Nope.
Okay.
How much on a successful save? Is it half or none?
DC 11 save Constitution saving throw. Taking wait. 3d6 poison or half as much. So
Okay.
let me
So
roll.
it takes.
This is the normal damage.
It
for
already
just
did.
the bite.
It's already on there.
Oh, is it?
8
Okay,
piercing, 12
sorry.
poison.
Cool.
That is 14 damage total. It has 14 hit points left. So how does your snake violently thrash out and kill this creature?
They're about the same size. I think it tried to eat it. It just
It
Pull
eats a
the Uno.
snake and the snake eats it.
yeah, it's the Uno reverse card.
It's like
For a baby
while the
noodle.
snake, while the mouth of eating the snake was like slurping up a spaghetti noodle, this is like slurping up a raw oyster.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then there's one that wasn't affected that still has a turn.
Yes, it can act normally. I'll
Okay.
remove this friend.
Fantastic.
Yes, so what would it like to do?
Not alone, Andor.
That's also the initiative friend, so I'm not deleting that one.
Can it move here to flank?
Yeah.
Perfect.
If it has the movement speed.
Is that 30 feet? What is that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Excellent. Go, my child. Public advantage. 23?
23 hits.
Okay, so then there's the piercing, and then he has to make a con save to either take half the poison
Okay.
damage.
He succeeds, and he takes half the poison damage. So he takes 1 point of poison damage. 6 piercing. 7.
Fantastic.
So the snake,
This
completely unbeknownst to him, just comes up and bites his ankle.
this guy doesn't have movement because he was affected by the things.
Yeah, all he
Ability?
does is attack
Okay.
a random creature.
That's
Okay.
their turn.
One of your children has made their mark and landed a fatal blow upon your foe. It'll die of infection in 2 to 3 weeks. Andor, it is your turn. You roll out of the way as the Ungath like thrashed his weapon around, crashing through the area around you. You pick yourself up.
Alright. Andor kind of ready stuff. Alright, Maria, let's do the fuck. And he will
You just see
Try
a
not-
snake.
Yeah.
Just make his way up.
Snake with a little lion head.
he's gonna make 2 attacks.
You're flanking too.
With what?
You have
The
the
snake.
snake.
There's no snake on my screen.
It's a lion.
The lion.
Snake
No,
lion.
I see it, but it's over here on my screen.
Oh, is
It is flanking. You might have to refresh roll 20, but go ahead and
Yeah.
roll again.
Yeah, roll 20's acting up right now.
Oh
Which
yeah,
is
let's not forget lingering injuries in this one.
Oh
Mhm.
no.
Let's forget lingering injuries in this one.
Yeah.
No, we must chop his limbs off.
Okay,
Hey,
yes.
we could
flanking
hurt its
perfect.
eye.
Mhm.
We can make it lose an eye. I
Go
know
ahead and
that.
roll one more time.
Yeah, Sam.
Hmm?
Samantha, you have advantage.
Advantage.
Yes, I know. Hold on. I'm just getting back in. I've refreshed.
Samantha.
You've missed your chance. Your turn's up.
Okay.
Okay.
25, 12 points of piercing.
All right.
Right, second attack. 21, 14 points of piercing.
All right. So how are you striking at this massively larger foe? He is like, he's not standing straight up. He like, when he attacks, he like hunkers down low or throws himself down at you. How are you finding ways to pierce through him?
Andor's mainly going for like arteries and like the ankle and the legs, like behind the knees and stuff like that. But as soon as he buckles or goes down to swipe at Andor, he is kind of ducking, dodging, weaving, and like piercing like the upwards into the ribcage when he can.
All right. Yeah, you stab and slash up into him. This dark, inky blood seems to seep out as he recoils from it. The next significant wounds that he has taken. Is that your turn, Andor?
Andor's gonna action surge and do it again.
Fuck yeah.
25,
That
13 points
hits.
piercing.
Right on.
And he will add Eldritch Smite onto that one.
Okay.
Let me just get a reminder of what Eldritch Smite does. 5d8 damage, since I can only use a 4th level spell slot.
Oh,
Correct.
right. Okay. Damn.
5d8. 33 points of piercing.
Woo! All right. What kind of
Nice.
damage is
No.
that?
I believe
I think he said it
it's
was force damage, yeah?
that's what I think, but I could be lying to your face. I think it's either force damage or the damage of my weapon. I'll just quickly double check.
Mostly just care if I thought it might be psychic damage. So that might be something else. Just checking.
Yeah, an extra d8 force damage.
Okay, right on.
Yes. And I
That is
believe he has one more attack.
46.
20 for 10.
All right. So with just a burst of energy, you thrust the blade up, and the Eldritch Smite, the light coils around the top of your blade before shooting up, and you effortlessly slash a burning cut out of him as he reels back. That's kind of low. It's almost like he yells before it just devolves into like sobbing before going back to that angry laughter.
Andor stabs up and does the Eldritch Smite. He's like, haha! And then the low sobbing comes, and he's like, oh no. Oh, shit.
Is that your turn?
Yes, that is his
Alright.
turn.
He's gonna use his last legendary action.
Oh,
Yeah.
So you watch as he's like, and just the hand grabs you and throws you. Can you make me easier? Last legendary action to pitch. Can you make me a strength saving throw, please?
You bitch, buddy.
You
I
succeed.
should. Ooh.
You still didn't take the first one. So he throws you half distance, and you take half damage.
Okay.
So as he just picks you up and hurls you, you clatter into the bones of this fallen giant here.
Oh no.
And it gets picked up, and he looks at the snake. He's like, "Help me, please!" And it gets yeeted.
Take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as he just picks you up and just tosses you out of the way.
Visual image of Andor looking at a snake and being like, "Help me!"
Please. All right, Hasurian. Maria and Hasurian, you're coming back around. You watch just as Andor is thrown to the side. Quickly, we must get back into the fray. Let me check spell list real quick. Okay, he is actually going to continue rushing forward, his feet splashing in the water as he places a hand on his chest. The armor seems to glow radiant and spread throughout the chamber as he casts Crusader's Mantle on himself.
It's a good thing I didn't pick it.
Oh, what do you know? Holy
So-
crap.
Concentration from him. So yeah, you guys do an extra D4 radiant damage while in that area with him.
On weapon attacks.
Yes.
As he just comes rushing into the fray. The poison ends, and that is his turn. Top of the round, Zappa.
Man. I do not think just a normal dagger is going to hurt this giant any more than the psychic blades will. So
You are hidden.
You are
Yes.
hidden from him.
Zappa will come out of stealth and go ahead and psychic blade, and they'll throw the sneak attack on it.
Right up. Good
So-
roll, 24.
And then offhand, another. Does the second attack have advantage? No, I don't think so.
No, it would not.
Yeah. So he's a 12.
Nah, 12 will miss.
All right. And that will end Zappa's turn.
Okay. The psychic blades erupt from the debris nearby, kind of piercing into the side of his head, catching him unaware before the eye turns and looks back at you. Okay. Layer's turn. Andor, just as you pick yourself up, you look next to you and you see this pop of gelatinous substance. It's quite gross. Can you make me a con save, please?
14?
14 fails. Take only 6 points of poison damage. You are poisoned until the end of your next turn.
And how much throw damage did I take, sorry?
You took 4.
4, so that's 10. Awesome.
This one does manage to make it next to Hasurian before. Succeeds the con save, so only takes. Just barely maintains concentration somehow.
Oh
That
no!
would've- That would have been unfortunate. Let me put this difficult terrain over this.
Super quickly before I forget to mention this, I cast Hex on the dude, so that's another 46 I forgot to add.
Go for it.
Another
Oh yeah,
17
because his D6 damage is done. Nice. Okay.
Ooh.
He's starting to look injured. You're starting to put some dents in him, especially Andor just going nuts at him. That is, I believe, all of those.
As Chris adds another 0 to the health.
No. That's just the first phase. Pip, it's your
Yeah.
turn.
Oh no. Okay, first off, bonus action, heat metal. Oh, it's only gonna be 7 points, but it might help.
And that's just gonna turn into
Every point
Millennia.
helps.
I know. Well, let's see if he
All
makes the save. So
Is it a save every time? Yeah, it is.
yeah, con save.
Yeah, he does make the save.
But you said there. Yeah. Okay. Then I will step out 5, 10. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay.
What?
And
Lightning.
I will. Actually, how would this work? Let's just see. No, that's not gonna work. Okay. I need to save those anyway. Yeah. Shit. I will shoot my infiltrator armor. One at the big boy. And then one at this one accosting Andor. I'm going to start with the one accosting Andor. 20 to hit.
20 hits.
Okay. That will take the extra lightning. There's an extra 4. Wait, actually. Can I do that?
Yes, once per turn,
Okay,
D6
that's just
for lightning
yeah,
damage.
just one. I thought it might have been a bonus action. And then one at the big boy, 20 to hit. 8
Hits.
8 lightning. And
Okay.
Pip will do finger guns and just go right behind the rock.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Right on. Joey, your turn. What would you like to do?
Joey's gonna move up. First level cure wounds on my boy Pippinog. Oops. Yeah, first level Pippinog.
Okay.
Thugaloo. 7.
Nice. I'll take it. Thank you.
Ah, Joey, this is not a time to kiss my head.
You're gonna be alright, Pip. I believe in you.
Ah, thanks, Joey. You too.
Joey's gonna move right back over here.
You rush forward and kind of go and dip back. At the end of your turn, he's going to use the legendary action to
Yeah.
Wicked Glare. Give me a
Well,
charisma save, please.
He hasn't refreshed his, has he?
It's at the start of the round.
Okay,
No, start of his
sorry.
turn.
Okay, I got you.
What am I making?
Charisma save.
An 8.
I will throw a Flash of Genius for a +5.
All right. That is fortunately still a failure.
Okay, good to know.
So Joey, as you rush past, you briefly make eye contact. You see that eye like swell and almost pulse briefly. It's a shearing pain in your head. Brief images, flickers of memories, thought lost to you. You take 17 points of psychic damage. And since you failed to save, with that pulse from the eye, you feel your whole body retch. Your arms seems to swell, jutting forward. Areas of your body seem to shift disproportionately, almost mimicking the horrible deformities that this creature has. You are now
still love
cursed.
Me, Andor?
Uh-oh.
You are cursed with unnatural deformities. Your speed
You
is
are
half.
deformed.
You have
You are
disadvantage
ugly.
on ability checks, saving throws, and attacks based on strength or dexterity.
Good to know.
Oh.
As you feel your skin turns like a pale purple, you kind of stagger a bit. And Pip, you look over and he's like, Joey has gone full Hunchback in Notre Dame in about 2 seconds, and it is horrid.
You're okay over there, Joe? You know what? Now is not the time.
I am ugly.
You are deformed, and you are ugly.
Coming into Maria's turn.
All right. Maria is going to 5, 10, 15. Yeah, that's how it'd be. And she is going to activate Necrotic Shroud. I need this bad boy to make a charisma save.
Okay. 13 minus 2.
That is a fail. It is frightened of Maria.
Real quick, can you make me a wisdom save, please? You start your turn
Sure.
within 20 feet of it.
Monster's not right back at you, motherfucker.
It's not going to do anything often, except for right now.
Well,
So, if you wouldn't mind backing up ever so slightly.
sure.
You don't use your Necrotic Shroud.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll a d8.
D8.
Sorry, I have to keep in mind the confusion effect from them.
Gotcha. 4.
1 to 4. Okay. You go and you start moving. It's a sudden surge of anger within you, disappointment, fear, all these swelling emotions that seem to cloud your mind. 1 to 4, you do nothing,
Okay.
fortunately.
Maria T-poses.
The poison does end.
Mhm.
Now his turn.
Marie, what are you doing now?
Kind of looks down at the glowing red weapon. Kind of turns.
Little wizard morsel can't hide from me.
You're really gonna make me kill this fucking snake to get
I
to
get
you.
it.
Oh, he's
Get
two
the
sizes larger. It's okay.
fucking-
It is 2 sizes larger or 2 sizes smaller. You can move through.
Uh,
Fucking snake in my way.
The first snake would get an attack of opportunity
It
too.
would.
it would
Actually
get an
not.
attack of opportunity.
Yeah, it would. Go for it. Hit me.
Sentinel.
Do it.
Snake with sentinel.
Constrict.
Damn, I should have
It's an
given
18.
Eden that.
Hits.
I need that con save.
Succeeds.
10
Can in
damage
the
total.
Future Raider. You can in the future, Raider.
So, though he is not quite large enough to like stand in the space, he does get to this position, and with his reach, you watch as he. Actually, no wait, we'd have to get. I'm trying to think the logistics of this whole.
Music stopped.
Fuck.
You could, like, what is he, 3x3?
Yeah, I mean it's more so the reaching Pip is what he wants to do. But Pip, since you are tucked behind this rock, I will give you half cover against him. So your AC increases by 2. He has disadvantage. However, you watch as he doesn't really lean until he dives in and thrusts the axe forward towards you.
Okay.
16 to hit for the first attack. 24 to hit for the second.
That one will hit.
So as Joey, you're just out of range as he sticks the axe in the cave and just thrashes it against the wall. Pip, you roll out of the first one, but the second one hits a side of the wall and rocks tumble and fall into you, sending you crashing to the ground. It's going to be okay. Rolled low-ish. Why is math hard today? It's 26 points of slashing damage.
Ooh. Okay.
Can you make me a DC 13 concentration check, please?
Check. Yeah. I made the check if you're waiting.
No, you're good.
I saved.
It's doing something else. And though you meet his gaze, you expect that shock of pain from before, but none comes. You see this increasing bloodshot veins around the eye as he seems to almost be straining, occasionally glancing back at Joey as if maintaining whatever curse is held upon him at the moment. You recognize, though in his frenzied state, he is concentrating.
Okay. Good to know.
Next it is the snakes.
It's
Kill
time.
John Lennon. Kill John Lennon. This
So
one's gonna
dumb.
go around to the other side, so they're
Yep.
positioned. And
You can do that. That is an option you have.
we're
I'm just gonna legendary action throw one of these fucking snakes.
There's
Flies
the first
directly at
one,
Andor.
and then there's the second one.
Okay, succeeds both con saves, but does take 3, 14, 6.
How do the snakes want to do this?
No.
I'm really hoping.
What? What? It's not even bloodied yet. But I do need to make 2 con saves. What's his bonus to this? Okay. The damage dealt, he will fail on a natural 1. Nope. Succeeds both. The snakes just like get at him, but he's more like annoyed brushing them away rather than actually feeling pain. Right on. So, is that their turn? Do they want to move any further?
That'll be their turn.
Okay. At the end of the turn, it's gonna use legendary action. It's gonna throw a snake. Can it make a strength save, please?
Oh, it rolled at advantage. Ignore that.
Well, it's 19.
Well,
Minus.
it's a +0.
Really? Fucking
It's a
snake.
giant
Okay.
poisonous snake.
Okay, it's still a snake. It takes only 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
It's alive.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's gonna throw you. Can you move it to where my arrow's pointing?
The bottom one or the top?
The bottom one. Bottom one.
Yes.
So, you watch like he's trying to get at you, and suddenly snakes just come out of from nowhere, Pip, and start biting at him. He kind of like grabs one and just like tosses it back behind him. The snake just like, just like
Great sound effect.
screams. Andor, it is your turn. Can you roll me a wisdom save, please? Or charisma save, sorry. Start of your turn.
1.
Okay, you're good. Space around you is difficult terrain, and this creature is in front of you. Ungath seems partially distracted at the moment.
Am I like lying down?
You're
So
able
when
to.
I got thrown, I landed on my feet.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's
you were able to pull yourself up quick enough.
sweet. He's going to just make 2 attacks at this wretched horrors, are they?
Gibbering mouthers, but
Gibbering.
neither is good.
No, yeah. It's equally bad in my head. Yes, 2 attacks. 17?
15 hits.
Oh, and only a 10. Yikes.
Still hits.
Oh, sweet.
It
So
is
that's 19
a
points of it.
semi-motionless blob.
Sick. So that's 19
It
points
is
of damage.
sick. It is disgusting. Yes, as you just start slashing, cutting into it. These would have disadvantage, but it's, like I said, it's semi-non-moving. I'm not worried about it.
Nice. It's still up?
Yeah, still alive. It is
Oh, it took a
sturdy,
beating.
but yeah, it's hurt.
Andor's going to second wind.
Okay.
Actually, nah, bump that. He is going to healing light. 5d6.
Right, onto whom?
On himself.
Right on.
15.
All right.
And so that's 10, 20, 25, 30. Yep, there we go. That's
Alright.
done.
Okay. Assyrian, like rushing forward, is cut off by this gelatinous blob. Yeah, he's gonna hurry up and take it out. Start
Do you
cutting
have
into
the
it.
extra damage from Husurian when you
That's
roll
true.
the-
If you.
your-
Oh yeah,
that
add a
damage.
2d4.
Sam.
Yes.
Two extra
D4 radiant
D4.
damage from Crusader's Mantle.
Fuck yeah. 5 points.
Right on. All right.
Now you kill it.
Now Assyrian's gonna try and dab this gelatinous blob. Hits. Minimum damage. Nice, Assyrian. Second attack. Also really low damage. What the fuck, Assyrian?
Surian's like a min-max fighter, where they do very minimum in most cases, but then that
If-
one hit.
If not for the D4 radiant damage on each of these attacks, I rolled a 1 on each of the damage dice for these weapons. He's hitting it with hammers, but it's just too much. It's like hitting Play-Doh. It's just not not condensing. He's rolling such garbage. But total that is 3, 5, 6, 7.
Just waiting for Ferric to like drop from the ceiling or something.
21 points of damage total. So, hacking into it, but doesn't finish it off, but he's still gonna try and run past it. Take an attack of opportunity, and it will miss. coming into this round. I believe this will have to be the last one for tonight before we have to take a bit of a break. As it's getting late in times. But
Noah,
Is it-
why? Oh,
Chaos.
actually, at the end of Hasurian's turn, he has one legendary action left. He's going to try and throw the other snake. Make me a
Oh, that's
strength save, please.
snake strength save.
Snake strafe.
Normal. Go, my child. 10.
Okay, it fails. He's thrown 30 feet. Can you put it there, please?
Does it
But-
live?
It only takes 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
It lives?
He lives. I rolled low. He throws it. It hits the stalagmites and then coils up. Oh shit! It just like
Snakes are about to get holy damage.
And I think coming into this round, we might have to leave off there just due to time reasons. I will keep track of who's concentrating on what. I'll make notes of it right after the session. Unless, yes, y'all want to push for one more real quick.
One more.
Yeah, one more.
Okay, Zappa, top of the round. What are you doing?
Zappa's gonna use his bonus action to hide.
Okay.
And now I have advantage again. 28. And then he'll use his action to Psychic Blade here at advantage. 23 for 11 Psychic, and then 46. Love those rolls.
Nice.
8 there.
All right.
And that will end his turn.
All right. So dipping in and throwing another dagger out towards him. Got to make that concentration check. Barely passes, but does pass. Start of initiative count 20. The lair action. Amidst all this fighting, you see the various reflections of this creature. And with the lair action, Wicked Reflections, all of them seem to turn. The various cackles and moans that this creature emits seem to echo throughout the chamber, dazing the mind, much like these gelatinous forms do. I need Zappa, Andor, and Maria. Can you all make me charisma saving throws, please?
Let's go, Sam.
Oh, didn't mean to do
Okay.
it, but I-
Despite this, none of you are affected.
Awa.
The Saurian's
blood.
good?
Natural 20.
Oh,
Damn.
let's go with Saurian.
This one is going to dash to get next to you, Andor. This one sloths up to Maria. You just see the bite just kind of just opens out and tries to get at you. Actually, no. As it approaches you, it's going to spit in your face. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw, please? Zit just propels this glob of slime at you.
16.
Yeah, you're fine. Then it will try to bite you. 10. Nope. The teeth form up, but your boot just stomps into it and pushes forward. As these creatures, Pip, your turn.
Alrighty, Chris. I'm here to try to mess up your monster again. You know that.
Yeah.
So it has come very close to us, and I assume the roof has made him bend low.
Yes, he is down, swinging the axe into the room.
Okay. I have a vial of purple worm poison.
Mhm.
I would like to attempt to splash that on the eye.
You would know that purple worm, the poison itself, it has to be injected, like coated on a weapon.
So it's a venom instead, as opposed to poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's then drider venom.
Yes, I mean the poison in general in D&D, unless it says otherwise, is put on a weapon
Injected.
and stabbed into somebody. Like it wasn't a Hasurian.
Right. Do I have any acid? Nope, no acid. Okay, well there goes that idea.
Sorry.
Bonus action.
If you have a weapon with you, you could coat it.
It would spend an action to coat it, though, wouldn't it? Yeah. So
Actually,
I'd rather
right.
just keep doing some damage to it.
All right.
Because I'm hurt already. So bonus action, heat metal. Let's just get that out of the way. And the con save.
Succeeds. I'm sorry, no, I feel bad.
No, I don't. I'm gonna move out of its opportunity space, or risk the opportunity attack.
Okay. You will take it. Disadvantage. That is with disadvantage a 20.
I got a +2 from something. Why did I get? Oh, that was the half cover.
Because you were in
Never
half
mind.
cover, which you.
That will
Alright.
hit. That will hit.
All right, that is going to be 24 points of slashing damage. You try and run away, but the axe crashes into you and kind of sends you scattering over the floor.
Oh baby. Okay. At least I'm
Can
out of...
you make me a concentration check on heat metal, please?
Yes.
Joe and Maria, y'all up next.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good.
I'm gonna keep backing up.
Hey, Maria. This isn't.
You see, like, Pip's armor is, like, fucked up at this point.
This is not very good.
And his helmet covers him.
You just called me Maria.
Oh my god, I'm all... You see birds spinning around his head along the opposite direction of the Ioun Stone. Infiltrator armor 2 times at the big boy. 16?
16 just hits.
Okay. And 14?
Misses.
You can
Extra
add
d6.
Yep. Extra 3. So 10 points of lightning total.
All right.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. Still well done. Needs to make a con save. Nope. Okay. All right. You push back further into the chamber. It's going to use its first legendary action of the round. You push in. You can't reach you any further. It sees you're not going to move further. Slams a hand on the ground. Stands up. Legendary action to move.
Excited to come back in 2 weeks and see my health. Be like, oh.
Yeah, I guess I will stay next to the fucking snake so I don't get attack of opportunity. Little fucker. But yes. Well, actually, no, it's half speed without attack of opportunity. No, it can't get far enough away from the fucking snake anyway. It's either next to the snake or next to Zappa. Disgusting. I hate it. All right, Joey, your turn.
All right, Joey's gonna. And then he's going to cast Conjure Animal.
Yeah, there you go.
And he's
Okay.
gonna
Fucking
summon
crit.
8 snakes. So perish to these ones. Neat.
That's okay. Thrash recharges on a 6.
Okay. Let me double check what I'm
You still want to do snakes?
Murder spagurter.
I'm checking the range because it's 60 feet.
Man, all those nope ropes.
Man, I hope when his initiative comes around, first thing I'm doing is rolling a d6.
60 feet is so far.
Are they? You putting him in V formation? What are you doing?
The Great Wall of
Just
Serpents.
You know he can move over them, right?
It's not about
It's just
that.
annoying.
It's to make it harder to hit them in one go.
It's difficult terrain too. Fuck me.
Okay.
And you gotta reroll initiative.
I do have to reroll initiative, thank you.
I'll adjust it. Oh,
A 17.
All right.
Says action. I think I have much.
Oh, well.
This action category. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I'm just gonna move right here, and then that'll be my turn.
All right. Maria, your turn. Would you like to do? Actually, charisma save, please.
Yes, sir.
Literally, just don't roll a 1.
That's
Okay,
not a
you're good.
1.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, Maria is upset. Spaghetti. She's gonna attack the boyo in front of her.
Upset spaghetti. All right. You do get a D4. You get 2d4 extra damage now.
19 hits.
Yes, it does.
2d4.
God, that's so
18
much
damage.
Is it still up?
You're in a necrotic shroud. It never went up.
No,
'Cause
no,
you,
no. I'm asking if the creature is up.
Oh, yes, it is still up.
Okay. Second level divine smite.
28 damage in 1 hit. Jeez.
Fuck.
Fucking grin. On
It
the
is
raider.
nearly disintegrated, but it is still clinging on.
All right. Second attack.
Yeah, that's what these things are. They're just meant to be annoying debuff sponges. Yeah,
Yeah,
second attack
yeah,
will do it.
Yeah,
you just
ignore
you,
the
you
necrotic.
just stab the blade in and twist, and the thing just kind of so it dissipates and falls apart.
Excellent. All right. Now, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, she's going to do it. 30. It gets to do the confusion thing on me again, yeah?
No, just when you start your turn within 20.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. And that'll be it.
We'll roll it out in the open. Fuck. Okay. What do I do? Snakes everywhere. Fuck do I do about it?
Chris, when you were gone, I was literally being like, this is the fight. This is the fight to use snakes on.
Just annoyed. They don't hurt him. It's just annoying.
Says the GM with annoying debuff blobs.
They're here because you did this first. I would have to do this if you can keep abusing your power. Why do you think he's got an AoE attack?
I learned it from watching you.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll back up. Take. Actually. I don't know what he wants to do in response to the snake. Okay, it's fine.
No, it's okay. It's just 2 opportunity attacks. It's fine.
Nobody's going to know. How would they know?
Oh.
That is be 3 opportunity attacks.
3 snake attacks coming up.
Snake attack.
1.
Cool.
2.
One snake bites another snake, kills it.
3.
Okay, 2 hits. And make the con saves. Succeeds both, so that's 17 damage total. Of course, that's what fucking does it.
Fucking snakes.
You lost concentration.
Not yet, we're about to find out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, okay.
Phase 2 begins now.
As above, so below.
I will say, just a little bit introspective. No, never mind, I'll save it. Anyway, as the snakes bite and lash out at him, he seems to ignore them. Instead, seeing you rushing forward, Maria, and also Andor, and just seems to kind of give like another big, like full, like plants his feet, grabs the axe, and with a full round body swing, swings it and cuts a C across the area in front of you, attacking once at Andor at disadvantage. 17.
And it's got a defensive duelist.
Okay. It's not so much of a block as it is you throw your weapon up just as it clashes with you and knocks you back like 5 feet. He's gonna try and bring it down to Maria. 18 and 19, so 27 total.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, so low damage. All right, 17 points of slashing damage. Brings it back up. Slams it down. And of course, I've got the charisma curse and 3 charisma characters in front of him. No, he will. He will drop the concentration. Joey, your form, like, it's painful, but you revert back. You are no longer cursed as he tries to place
Well,
the
I'm
curse.
beautiful again, Pip. Tell me
On
I'm
Andor.
beautiful.
Can you make me a charisma save, please?
Oh, you've always been beautiful inside and out.
Pip.
Now get him away from me so I can keep my mustache.
Who's
Stay
making this?
beautiful.
Andor.
1 charisma save,
Oh.
please.
Jesus.
Andor.
Don't make me ugly, please, God.
It begins.
Guess who's ugly?
How far how
Inspiration.
close does he have to be? Okay.
He has to be within 10 feet.
That's one better.
Check.
Every point counts.
Excellent. Take 16 points of psychic damage, Andor.
Oh,
And you. Your form horribly shifts, contorts, part of your face like swells up larger than the other side. You are also cursed.
No.
Oh, that's terrible.
And you can see your own reflection off of everything. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, you see it. You look around. You see the horrid monster you've become. And it is now your turn.
in pure rage and sadness, Andor's gonna run up and make 2 attacks.
Start of your turn. Can you make me a charisma save, please? Because gibbering mouth there.
21.
Yeah, you're good. You do have disadvantage on these attacks as your mummified form rushes forward with a delicate weapon in hand.
17
17 hits.
and a 11. Ooh.
I'll miss.
Well, you might want to roll the con save for the
Yeah, that's true.
first.
That is...
14?
Damn.
No,
And then
my con save.
Oh,
For concentration.
right, don't worry about it. I'm dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck.
It's late.
8
It's-
total.
Oh, shit.
In your rage, you drive out and thrust forward unto him, and like just as he like gets low, where do you stab?
It is dick, because fuck this guy.
You slash upward. You just hear "Ah!" as he like reels back, breaks eye contact, and the curse seems to violently fade. Though it does kind of like jolt your body horribly. You almost feel like puking, but you take back. As the concentration on the curse breaks, you watch as he kind of reels back, clutching the eye in pain as if there's some kind of backlash.
Ooh, that's cool.
So as his concentration breaks, he does take some psychic damage.
That will be the end of Andor's turn, and I really super duper have to go.
No
so,
worries.
That's okay.
Thank you
We're
all.
right about to end.
Yeah, you guys wrapping up. I need to jump in the car right away. Thank you guys so much. Amazing session. Thank you for watching. Amazing boss fight. Love yourselves, love each other, love animals. Bye, everybody.
Seems better to
Bye.
disconnect and ruin my
Don't leave the call.
cameras.
Don't leave the call.
I'll
Just
kick
turn
you
your-
after.
Okay,
I'll
yes,
kick you
good
after.
point.
Bitch. I thought she did it. The camera DC'd for a
Yeah.
second.
Yeah. Bitch.
All right.
Don't
That
leave.
being-
Immediately leaves.
That being Endor's turn. Hasurian. See if he makes that charisma save. Yeah, he's good. Sees the creature. Finally! Charges forward.
Gets teleported away again.
Oh yeah, he got. I'm gonna roll. She left already. I'm gonna roll Andor's extra 2d4 from Crusader's Mantle.
Nice.
And Asurian will rush forward. You watch as he rush forward, the blades, the hammers glow a brilliant white as he just sends them forth with Divine Smite entwined. Can't really get to a flanking spot from here, so Swinging as it is. Bruh. 2 hit, but still low. So, first hit, a blast of divine radiance into it. Okay. Second one the same. That is 29 points of damage total.
Let's go, Azurian.
I love how those are low rolls too.
And at the end of his turn, he's going to use legendary action. You watch as the throat bulges outward as he pukes up another delightful slime ball. Can't put it next to him. There's too many fucking snakes in the way. It's fine. I'll put it right here. I'll get some of these fuckers.
Yeah.
And as we go into the next round, you watch as all the wounds that he's taken, you watch this viscous black ooze almost seem to coagulate, branching out of them. He seems to cluster in on himself, accompanied by this horrid retching sound. You watch as the body seems to twist and morph, as if the curse afflicting him seems to worsen and strengthen his body. As he enters the second phase, that is where we're going to pick up next time.
Hey.
I'll be
Cool.
making notes of what everyone's concentrating on. I'll remind everyone of that next time. It will all be set. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Those of you watching, thank you guys for joining me and enjoying this lovely boss fight that definitely won't get any more difficult than it currently is.
Mm.
Hmm.
Good.
Uh-huh.
Yahoo!
Saurian.
Uh-huh.